between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, a special one from the CEOs, band coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Skiddy dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
A special one from the CEOs, band coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to Spoon. You want to get the news update, turn to Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do, but today.
Spoon TV.
Yes, I do, but today.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua.
To the spoon.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua.
To the spoon.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua.
To the spoon.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua.
To the spoon.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there.
Okay, folks, so do kindly share the show. Kindly, inform your relatives, your family members, your friends that indeed the Spoon Network is back on the airwaves. Before we kickstart the show, we love to say thank you to each and every one of you, our dear listeners and viewers all around the world. Those of you in Liberia and the rest of the parts of the world who place calls, who send text messages, who wanted to inquire. We did have an announcement, aired on our various stations and on our social media pages as well, that due to routine maintenance work would have been off for a number of days. We'd love to say thanks to our technicians, our entire technical team, the staff here at the Spoon Network, for making sure that we back up and running and providing to you quality services as well. So thank you for your patience. We got to know these days, reaffirmed that Spoon is indeed the lifeline, the plug of the Liberian people, home and abroad. So we back up and running. So please tell your family members, your friends, kindly share the show. Spread the good news. Tipos PK Dempster said he has texted that he didn't see the news. Well, the message is on our page. It's still there. We updated that message twice, but the good thing is we're back up and running, right? Yeah. So please share the news with your family members, your friends, that indeed your favorite show, The Spoon Talk, is back on the airwaves, and it's going to be a banger as well. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show. We'll go to the phone lines. You tell us what's on your minds. I know you'll be like, oh, yeah, no, yeah, I can say that too. Plus other things happening in the country. We'll bring you some of the peak of information happening across Liberia as well. But let's go to the phone lines now for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds, and we'll inform you as well some of the trending news across Liberia. The numbers to call 0777 771075 0555 101075. 1 minute per caller, please, so that at least we can accommodate as many callers as possible. 0777 771075 0555 101075. Those are the numbers to call, and 1 minute per caller. All right, let's take this person here. Hello. Yes, sir. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Shava and Brahma, and I took you from Kawa, New Jersey.
Go ahead,
Our
please.
community.
Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, let me appreciate your technician for bringing our station, but because they see they try and can get. Okay, so for this evening, 20 years taking over our country, that on my mind, I want to sending the gay on the Methodist organization, the Methodist Church have found gay and even rumors of going out there. Some church from the 72nd bill were having gay marriage, and then they make it okay even today. The Reverend for that to clarify things. But then what it is was saying today in that information under the new law is in that sign like we are asking our president is a traditional country or cultural country, whatever thing that church may decide in that new law, it shouldn't take effect in our country.
Okay, sir.
So this is what on my mind is.
Thank you. We'll speak to that as well. The Bishop of the Methodist Church was in a live press conference. The Spoon Network did carry that press conference, and we'll tell you what exactly was said. Hello.
Yes, hello, good evening.
Yes, sir, you're live. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, my name is Melvin Lamy Family. We read it amazing, our favorite show this few days. So we're so excited to hear you go back. Yes, what really on my mind is about the same issue, about the Methodist issue. You know, this is not our culture. Our culture not relate to us accepting such a thing called gay rights. And we are choosing our state body that they shouldn't even give credence to such a thing, because when one church accepts such a thing in our country, it's going to circulate all over. It will be very bad for our setting. This is not our culture. So we hope that it will not be able to be accepted by the Methodist Church. If not so, they cannot tell us that they cannot be independent with the number of time they have made in the country without getting international support.
Okay.
I think they can become an independent body without being accepting such a gay right of situation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's take this next person here. Hello.
Good evening.
Pleasant night to you, sir. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo, calling from Coca-Cola Factory, District number 4.
Okay.
My talking point going to my two representatives from Lower Bond there. One from Salala, the other one from Sanoye District. Forte E Famula, I tell you, thank you for the late thing that you're doing on our Sanoye Road, putting cross right in a mud. But speaking of Mema Bridge Mensa, my 75% of the road for you. You're not doing nothing down there. Only 40 trying on our road. So really bad for us. You try to help us to put on our cross road. What 40 doing? Try to help 40 you people to put cross road on our road that we can have easy access to go to our various location in that place there.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's take this next person here quickly. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Damo.
Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out, please.
I'm James Sid Dogi calling from Police Academy.
All right.
Thank you for coming back on. And like our into the darkness a few days.
You're in darkness,
Oh, in darkness, brother.
The light has been turned back on. It's been switched back on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for you to bring Spoon Evans back.
What's on your mind? Is that all you have to tell us? That's what's on your mind?
No, really, I just want to speak about the district number 4.
1 minute, sir.
That Shara road to be fixed by Michael Thomas. They dry season. That Shara road is very bad. I really want you to try your best to fix that Shara road.
All right, sir. Thank you. Okay, so let's take this person here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
You live, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm Brown calling from the United States.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, look, I'm very discouraged about this government. We support this government, and Joseph Boga I feel that the woman is very corrupt. He do not able to work. He's not running the country. I guess I'm recalling on him when Jim Body interviewed him when he was president-elect, and he said the job is not of someone's property. But then he has made law, and I'm very discouraged. I'm disappointed in him. He's not doing the work. He's highly corrupt. There's corruption all over the place. The so-called legislators, they are very corrupt. I'm discouraged. I'm heading to my stomach, my brother.
Okay.
It's very sad. It's a very sad time for us in Liberia. We thought he was going to do something good, but he's not doing anything, man.
All right,
So
sir.
I think I'm hurt. I'm hurt, Damo. But
All
thank
right,
you
sir.
for your work. Thank you for the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you for expressing
Thank
your
you.
opinion. All right, so let's take this next person here. The WhatsApp number is on the screen for those of you watching us all around the world, including Liberia. You want to use the WhatsApp number, it's on the screen. You can use that to call. Hello.
Good evening.
Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Carlos Hawan, and I come from Pumpkin Island.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to contain the issue of gay practice. I think is against our culture, even against our law as well. So anybody that would want to introduce such a practice in this country, want to contain them totally. And I know that all Liberians are against it.
Did you say all Liberians are against it?
Yeah, but everybody's speaking against it now.
Oh, but speak for yourself and just leave the numbers. You can't say, oh, we are a country of 5.7 million. Are you saying every Liberian is against it?
Yeah, so all of those that have commented on it so far, I believe everybody is against it. And that's my opinion. That's my belief.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So I knew you all need to condemn it. So the issue of the development so far, I mean, concerning the government, I think the government is doing well. Yes, with the reduction in prices, the exchange rate reduction, and all of that. We want to tell the president he should be steadfast, he should be quickest. At least that we voted for, we are seeing some changes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we want to encourage him to be strong, and we will also remain engaged in the process. And anybody that wants to stop this corruption, they are going to condemn them. We're going to keep the government in check. The government is doing well. I want to thank the president.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take this next person. Hello.
Hello, Damo.
You live, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
Hello.
You live. Please go ahead. Don't mind the feedback. Just speak directly to me on the phone.
All right, this is Alex B. William. I call from Nizo.
You're welcome, Alex.
Thank you for the platform, Damo. Yeah, but there are a few things that I would like to draw your attention to. I mean, the government took office. They said they were going to empower the private sector. But my brother, I mean, it's very disheartening. If you check the leaks, what leaks putting up, I mean, the contract in terms of what they have for construction company, I mean, they turn the whole process around. It's only labor-based contract. And how will you give a contractor a labor-based contract? That is, you only go in there, you're dealing with labor, and they do the procurement. It's very bad. And another thing, you guys have to look at lot construction, like company, the rubber company in Company. My brother, the labor practice over there is very bad as well. Can you imagine people making $3 a day? So, I mean, these are things that, I mean, you guys can take your tour, you go there and ask and see. Somebody cannot be working, my brother, 8 hours, you make $3 a day. It's up, So, thank you for the show.
Thank you for that lead as well on lace and lack. That's why we open the phone lines for people to tell us what exactly is going on, what's on their minds. We cannot have all of the information. We depend on the public to give us hints, and we'll follow and investigate. So we'll do that, yeah? Okay. So let's take this next person here on the line. Hello?
Yeah, good evening, Damo.
Pleasant night to you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Keller. I call you from Old Road, Road.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. The CEO do something on our show. Actually, for me, I don't like it. The thing that the CEO do on our show is send Jackson course on our show. And then for him to sustain St. Jackson to say you are sustained for few time or few days, he don't do it, or St. Jackson apologize to the public, he don't do it because the Wild War station. He called somebody. And they made that he calls Mohammed, he calls Mohammed on our station. And for what I was supposed to say, I will sustain you, And people trying to endorse Waterspoon for to be somebody in the country here. I don't know whether when you be in power, when somebody do wrong, you will not suspend the person. So that my own or something that in my heart. So that you suspend say just for 2 weeks. You will not come back on the show.
All right, so
thank you for your honesty.
Thank you as well. So that's the thing that in on a hat. Yeah, everybody got a thing that in on a hat, and that's the thing that in on a hat. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Hello, Damo. Good evening.
Pleasant night to you. You're on the line. Let's hear you out, please.
My name is Dolly Lasana, and I call you from Italy.
Go ahead, Dolly.
Yeah, my concern have been drawing to the LDEA. Always, I must say this, right? Thank God that the president have taken a decision. Very appreciate the decision by the president, because it's clear that, AB Kroma can never work with Hassan, and Hassan is not even willing to work with AB. So letting the three of them to go, it was a very brilliant decision by the president. I really appreciate that. So we look forward for the next DA boss. So our brother and sister in the street, so they can get them out of the street, and the drug cartel, they will curtail them. Really, thank you very much for the show.
Thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Dolly Lasana. There. Let's take this next person on the local line. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Malopu Gizi.
Yeah, Malopu, go ahead.
The whole thing that in my mind is that our puppet trying for us to bring us back to everything that's supposed to be done for every country. Because some of those things then that we supposed like the people say this, people used to do this, but some were not like bro, we're not deserving. But bringing it back now, it making some people vex. So I feel that they must go and rest. Let the public do the right thing.
All right, Lopu. Thank you, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I want to email Lopu uno had done it. So let's back. I know you have the controls or not. If you do, then you can come on. If not, then I can bring you in. All right. Let's take this next person. We'll do it one. Take one from the local, take one from the WhatsApp. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Damon.
Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out. Sir.
Thank you. This is Theophilus Quay from Johnsonville. Theophilus Quay.
You're welcome.
I'd like to speak to the Liberian government on the issue of the Johnsonville road. Few months back, I remember there's a legislative by the name of Representative Arbitrary Wu, who introduced that toll-way system where larger vehicle trucks and moving equipment using public road can pay certain amount of money. Those guys are spoiling the quota in Johnsonville. The number of trucks running here 24/7 is I've never seen that before. Look guys are running those trucks on the rail so recklessly. If you're careful, truck will just knock you down in a subsequent move. So I'm encouraging government, I'm asking public work, the requisite authority to look at the road. They Johnsonville really postpone it. Look, be just point the road and the community will not benefit nothing at the end of the day. We're begging you, look at it. Secondly, the issue of the let me end up quickly, LEC. LEC in the Johnsonville Dam, unfortunately, they are not extending anymore. And the community is getting big. We're encouraging the Library Electricity Corporation to expand in what it is so that the congestion can leave the road so that people can enter in the communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dwalu, how are you, sir?
Not bad, Damo. How you doing? How's everything?
All right. Just to speak quickly to what our caller, said about the Johnsonville Road. We were on that road on was it Wednesday or Thursday? I think it was Thursday. We were on that particular road, and the way we on a road and spot, the way it's chocolate from the heavy trucks. If care is not taking Johnsonville Road, it's going to chocolate like that in a similar manner. And I also want to speak to the issue of lack of respect for the president's motorcade. The EPS really needs to speak to this issue, and they need to enforce it, Dr. Richardson. I did see a lot of pedestrians crossing between the vehicles within the motorcade, whether it's for the escort one to the second to the third to the fourth car, even crossing before the first presidential limousine and all of that. They really need to speak to that, because if they're moving on excessive speed, it would have been chaos when the president was making his way to Harrisburg to break ground for the construction of Liberia's first ever solar farm. They really need to speak to that. They need to educate our people more, that the motorcade is moving, and any other person, vehicle, or whatever that is not identified and given a space in that motorcade will be deemed as a threat. And if the vehicle doesn't run you over from excessive speed, they could take you as a threat, and something else could happen to you that might be lethal. So the EPS needs to speak about that, and we also need to educate our people. The few seconds you stand by the road and allow the full motorcade to pass is not as pressure as your life. You'll be crossing and the scary part was people will be standing and looking at kids. There were a number of kids that that were crossing, and people will be standing that are just that depraved indifference. You're standing, you're looking at a minor cross, and it's not only the minors, of older people and the rest, were doing all of those things. And they need to talk about that. When I say ZEP, CFA says, does the convoy move on excessive speed? Convoys, especially presidential motorcades, don't move on speeds as you drive. They move at either 60, 80, once they're taking a VIP. Yeah, but at least they weren't moving above what an average person would drive at. That's what I meant. Convoys don't move, especially presidential motorcade, they don't move, at standard speed. Yeah, that's what I meant. So if care is not taking, the EPS really need to speak to that. The police, by the roadside need to also be proactive. We don't want an incident where somebody might lose his or her life because they were not patient enough, and they were not educated enough to know that you don't cross when a motorcade is moving as such. I just wanted to speak to that because I witnessed that, and it was scary, Dr. Richardson. It was really scary.
I bet, Diamond. Thank you for that announcement. I hope people listen to you and take care of those children that are crossing because perhaps they don't know better. But adults should at least take charge of the kids. So thanks for that.
Yeah, that. Mr. Dalu, belated birthday to you. Apparently, the time your birthday happened, I don't we're off the air.
Oh, happy is it?
We'll still wish you a belated birthday. It's still in the season.
That is true. Belated birthday. I hope you had a wonderful.
We're getting old, Doc. That's how it's supposed to be. What we scared for. Stanton, welcome to the show. Our people, you're welcome. What Stanton is doing, I've not recognized my people in a long time. I see Anthony Tiash. Tiata Timbe, my own Jew. What's going on, Tiata? How the family? How the husband? How the kids? How's everything, Mama? How you doing? Over here, I see Chucky Henry, Marilyn Jua. How you doing? Pearl Campbell. How you doing, Mama? Thanks for the happy birthday extension. Another Francine leaving there. Jerry Kanga, what's going on with you? EO White, my own brother. Willa Yama, Morris Johnson, Mr. Johnson, what's going on with you? Over here, I see Simeon, the witch hunter. Grant something. I can see that name. Wade Thompson, Wilfred T. Dubber, Daniel Dripper, Mr. Dripper. How are you doing, Lasana? I see over here Lasana Kamara, Mr. Kamara. Yovan EO, how are you doing? Now Gordon, James Kadimi. How are you, James? Jabba Tukpa, Mr. Tukpa Moses Cully, Tenant Cooper, my own sister. What's going on with you? Puff Sweet Liberia, how are you? Thank you very much, Puff. James Kadimi, Anita Augustine, how you doing, Anita? Omen Sumo, how you doing? Bassa Governor William, Mr. William, welcome to the show. I see Rose, I see Emmanuel Banje, I see Emmanuel Johnson, Angeli Yakesin, how are you doing, Angeli? Prince Bargain, Samuel A. Berry, Marie Johnson, Yama, Firstborn. I see everybody, man, from across the country, up in Bonjaman, in Robertsport, Tubman Burr, Ganta, Sonny Quide, across the country, Buchanan, Riverside, Maputo City, or across Liberia. You're welcome to the show, folks. You'll share the show. This is about Liberia. just by you sharing the show, you're also equally contributing to the elevation of this country, to making sure we're aware of what's happening in our country. And the more we talk about it, the higher the probability that we're going to fix them. My brother Bill Carson, welcome to the show. Dr. Francine Stenson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. It's always good having you. Dr. Francine, you're muted though. Thank you very much, folks. It's always good coming back again. A long weekend, like Mr. Eduardo said. I think you did that to us, Eduardo. You caused us to go into maintenance, and knowing very well it was your birthday. But happy belated birthday to you, and we hope that you have fun with this family.
Yeah.
God bless you. How old are you? You turned like what?
48, 40, what, 2? I live 42-year-old man.
No, I said 52.
Yeah, 74.
So you was born 74?
I say, I turned 42, I said 74. I turned 74.
So you're born 76?
Stanton, it was a pleasure.
So you're 48 years old. And I ordered you, but I birthday, but I told me your birthday.
Hey, I want to talk about birthday. That thing, that long time thing. If you didn't pass it, I just want to discuss it. I'm passing my that person even reach me happy birthday, but I mean that go back.
So you feeling bad because
I won't forget. I won't forget. This is important. To a winner towel, we had a great fundraiser for the rural schools in Liberia. I was a guest speaker. It was a great event.
That's what I was gonna ask you about.
Liberian people, I still have the thing on my Facebook page. And if you still want to contribute for rural schools in Liberia, what she's trying to do is, Sandra, we talk about, one teacher in a school way beyond somebody, she tried to make sure she helped the rural schools. The first school would be in Nema County, I believe, Zoli District, up in Nema County, or Zoli Chieftain, whatever they call it. I put on my Facebook page. Anybody who can contribute, as Father I said, they can buy chocolate, they can buy impe, they can do whatever they want to do to make sure we help the rural schools in Liberia. My people, we got responsibility to take care of those. But I want to say big thank you to the Winner Towel and her sisters and the entire delegation for hosting our rural school program.
I'm glad it was a successful program, Tualu.
Yeah.
So, Eduardo, you finished? Well, the man check out. What kind of man I want to talk about your own birthday? That Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. How was your weekend?
Great.
Good. We got a lot of information coming your way, folks. We're happy to be back on. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I know the radio station is grinding. They're making all necessary adjustment. We have to go through serious connection and every other thing. So we're cleaning, overhauling, repairing everything. So it will be better. Just bear with us. Let's turn all the cell phone off. Maybe that will help with the interferences. And also we're working on the adjustment. Okay, we have to do whole maintenance for the whole weekend. Okay, thank you, David Boko for sharing the show. Please share the show. There's a story coming up on the Liberia National Police. Some investor came in the country, and these guys went over there and beat on them, took 25,000 from them. All of the 25,000, these guys took 17,500. Under Gregory Kuma, Liberia National Police, man, again, it was a bad weekend. One Vietnamese and one, we have the document we share with you. But Liberia National Police have turned to be a gangster paradise police. That where you find most of the folks or some of the folks, like they say, Stanton says some, the allegation that they stole from those investors. And those investors should be meeting President Bouaka. But then the Liberia National Police under Gregory Kuma went over there and beat those guys and took the money, put handcuffs on them. That's a bad story, bad timing. We will be getting into that story. It was very, very bad. I mean, it was something that spoke. And I hope that Gregory can clear the air because I reached out to him. I reached out to the folks, the lawyer, and the lawyer is so angry. Yeah, so angry. They stole the people money. We have the individual. We have the guys and that set those things up. That's what Rich is saying. How can this today police honor Gregory Kuma, the rescue police, Man, I hope somebody can come and explain this to the Liberian people. How can they go ahead to steal, to beat? Investors came into the country. Hey, Ellen Johnson, how you doing? Tenant Cooper. Investor came into the country and you beat them, you scare them away. They had to, relocate their hotel and everything. That's a big story. We have the picture, we have the information we'll be sharing with you. I also want to say again, something else came up today. Bad news, but the good news, because it was a Stanton. Talk about some good news. Good news that Joseph Yiman Boakai delivered a powerful address tool. He's in Rome right now, and we will be discussing what is happening in Rome. The president, he made the case for Liberia. Let's see the comeback story to that case that he made on agriculture and everything. We will be discussing President Joseph Yiman Boakai activities in Rome. One other story again, Samuel Tuay came up and said harmonization yet to stay. The government lied to the Liberian people. Who's right? Who's wrong? I mean, Samuel Tuay or Gafwan? Gafwan is quiet. Since he took over, he's not speaking. And a lot of other issues happening on Gafwan. We have to be discussing these things because where is Augustine Bay Gafwan? Why is he not speaking? The IMF, will it be a delayed situation for IMF? Listen, IMF story is so big, but the report is so damaging. The report from IMF is so damaging. I don't know. People saying Augustine Bay Gafwan will resign. Samuel Tuay is celebrating harmonization yet to stay. I want to know what you say, though. Everything is out there. We will be reaching out to you because this too is a problem. Liberia is all what we have, folks. We got so many information coming up. The IMF information, the president trip to Rome, pushing agriculture agenda, and our people are hungry and our people need to go back to the farm. President Joseph Boakai message to the Pope. Indeed, I believe he will be meeting the Pope, and every other stuff in Rome will be discussing it because they say, wow, you guys don't only talk about the bad stuff, but the bad stuff overweight the good stuff, Duadu. When you get bad stuff, there are so many, and when you get good stuff, there are just few. We'll try to balance the conversation today. And we are not done yet with this whole issue about LRA. Folks that coming up on LRA, they are so bad. LRRC, we can now confirm that folks from Prince Moyi office work at LRRC, and they were doing business with LRRC, and they work in Prince Moyi office, and they were taking a huge amount of money. And we'll be discussing this likewise. I want to welcome every one of you again. Share the program. Make this your program to share. Make this the day the Lord has made. We welcome you. We welcome you. We say thank you for joining us. Yes, we were off. We have maintenance issue. They're still working on it, but we have to do the spoon talk tonight. Okay? Dr. Richardson, Francis Special, Chinua Richardson, Mr. Duado and the people and our brother just joining us, Asido. You know the reason why Asido is early because today is holiday and all the banks are closed. Bank of America is closed, so Asido is off today. So he's joining us. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, happy to be here today. Just want to tell you guys hello, and we're happy that many of you who are listening to us and seeing us, we're happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I'll be glad to participate in the discussions that we're having today. That's all I have to say for my opening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dualu.
Yeah, my brother Asido, nice seeing you on today early. Like I said, don't forget, if you go on my page, your information is still out there for the rural schools in Liberia. Big shout out to Awena Towel and her family for organizing this. But I want to say to our people, though, Liberia, President Boakai, we can blame him, we can blame this, we can blame that. As Senten just said, sometimes it is, if to say we only highlight the bad news in the country, but if the news that is being made in the country is bad, that's what we are going to highlight. If we want that to change, we got to make more good news in the country, and that's something I would heavily celebrate. And I tell you, the government owes it to the people to make sure we get enough good news in the country, something everybody on this platform will be happy about. I want more good news coming out of Liberia than bad news. And I will celebrate that way everything I got, because more good news for Liberia, the better it is for all of us. Brother, as you do. Welcome, brother.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And it's in the interest of our people, in the interest of our dear nation, we owe it as a duty to always be here and speak to those issues that are real in the lives of every life. And that's why we make it our duty to always ensure that no matter what we do, we make a time on here with our time, with our energy, with everything. And just to end very quickly, on my mind, CDC USA Minnesota chapter did a rebranding inauguration. Congratulations to the chairman. And all of those will be discussed today. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, if you do not have your topic to put in the chat room for us to go through, you will not bring in any strange new topic except with your closing. I respect all you guys. Great information coming up. We all love Liberia, but please, we got to follow what is necessary. I want to welcome all of you again, whether you're discussing Unity Party or CDC or LNP, or you are discussing Tewan Gonglo or Cummins, whichever party you find yourself, you're welcome. Let's talk Liberia. Let's discuss the issue because Liberia is all what we have. I appreciate you, Asido. I appreciate you, Dr. Richardson. Again, we have 19 minutes. Apparently, we came on the show early today. Maybe we're tired staying home. The first day of school reopening and everybody jumping on. But I just want to just brush off a little bit on this story about the Liberia National Police. I better put the information in the chat room. So it was on the weekend. I received this information Saturday that the Liberia National Police went and beat on a group of folks. They beat on them. They took the money from this hotel. I'm uploading the information. You will see it. And there's a guy called Bara. He's the R2 of the Liberia National Police. The allegation, he took $25,000 from the investors, and all of the $25,000, he only returned $8,000. He only returned $8,000. I reached out to the Liberia National Police Commissioner Gregory Coleman. Gregory Coleman says, Stanton, I am here at the Liberia National Police headquarters, and we will investigate and we will get to the bottom of it. As of today, I reached out to the lawyer of the investor. The lawyer is Councilor Gould, Orusha Gould, the chairman for ANC. I reached out to him. He explained a portion of his story, and I have the document in my possession that was given to us. It just doesn't look good. Not at all. Investor coming in, we beg them, we say, you'll come, you'll come, you'll come. Then when they appear, folks within the Liberia National Police, some bad apples, beating on the people and taking their money. And just to set this record straight, folks, those guys were scheduled to meet the president of the Republic of Liberia, the information reaching us. We hope the Liberia National Police can address this and address this swiftly. Diamond, I have sent you the information. I'm not saying that in the back. I don't know why you didn't upload them. Please do. Again, I want to say to all of you, this is our main topic for today. The second one is the Rome story, that the president is in Rome. He's engaging, he's speaking on agriculture, he's meeting with the Pope. Again, I think it's a good trip, and we will be discussing it. The document I was reading concerning IMF from Samuel Twe, the former finance minister, is huge, is big, talking about the wage bill, talking about harmonization. Where are you? We will be discussing it further. LRA is coming back in the picture. We'll keep that for our subtopic because, again, some names coming out that I think I would just want your view, my fellow Liberian. Are you waiting to pay your revenue when you have some cartel at LRA just enriching themselves? Are you waiting to pay your taxes to give to LRA and Double Jada and Gregory Montgomery and Sam Bennett and Sa Samora? The allegation that they have involved in massive corruption. Where are you on this? And we have to discuss that. Something is happening with the EPS and the amount of money EPS have spent on security. EPS, Sam Gay, the amount of money he has spent on domestic security within the president traveling arena. Then I don't think the president, if you see and you hear the amount, you will go crazy. And that's what we are here to discuss with you. May God bless this show. as we move on. Thank you for joining us, Fadika. It's good to have you. Fadika, before you come on, let me put this up real quick. This is one of the guys, I think this is hour 2, the allegation that Sam Bala, chief of organized crime section, these stories, we still call them allegations because the information coming up, but this is hour 2, if I'm 100% correct. Thank you, Damo, for putting it up. The investigation is massive. They beat on the investors. He and other folks were involved. They took 25,000 from the investor. Out of the 25,000, they pocket 17,500. These are allegations. And we'll reach out to the Liberia National Police RJ. We hope he can address this issue. But this is a scary time. They took the money. They said the gentleman is a foreigner. He have no document and he came to the country illegally. The document we received show that no, he didn't. This is one of the victims that have resident permit Republic of Liberia. We will be discussing all this and sharing this information with you guys. But again, the Liberia National Police under Gregory Coleman is in serious hot water. And I think the information was sent over to those in charge of the country. You must follow this story. You must share this because it is horrible. As we're speaking right now, it is. The lawyer for these victims is Chairman Orisha Go. And I asked him if he can speak. I'll pray to call him and he answered. But his vision to this story, his version is bad, Mr. Duarte. It just doesn't look right. Our country, security, they are beating on investors and robbing them of the money. So I will pause on this. As we drag together in the show, we got another 30 minutes. Fadiga, let's hear you. Welcome back to Spoon, sir.
Well, nice to be back. I don't know what I thought Asado were on. I don't see him, but nice to be back on the show. Very interesting topic today, but I have some breaking news today too. I'm going to be breaking, not bad news actually. Well, probably good news for some folks. I'll be breaking some news today as well, but I look forward to a fruitful engagement. You know.
Thank you very much. So I hope you can please warn me on your breaking news, because whenever your breaking news is something with Diddy back. So you can just text me before we get ourselves in situation more added we can handle. Dr. Richardson, let's start the show. You guys, I will give you guys a chance because I'm uploading this thing into our chat room for you to read the document and be more informed. But let's start with the president trip to Rome, Dr. Richardson. He spoke today a very powerful speech. Again, it's on the Spoon page. He pitching for the agriculture sector. He's pitching for Liberia. What say you, Dr. Richardson, as we make this our first conversation, the president of the Republic of Liberia, his trip to Rome?
I did not get an opportunity to listen to the president, although I read some summary of his speech. As I took the position earlier, and I still stand by that I believe the president should at least send his deputy to pitch these agriculture interests that he has for Liberia. My primary reason for saying that is that I really believe that when you're doing this kind of pitch, you need to have some kind of plan, some kind of vision, something that you will provide to the world. He's at the World Food Conference. Forum. I'm sorry, the World Food. I wrote that down. So at the World Food Forum, and I would like for all of the delegates there to have the same concerns, the same pitch. Like, we have these amount of acres of land. These are the programs that we'll like. This is our timeline for making Liberia a self-sufficient food security country. But the president is there right now. Some people are hailing his speech, and that's fine. So that's what I have to say.
Stanton, there is nothing wrong with the president going abroad. But I will agree with Dr. Francine to understand that we have a PhD in agricultural economics that represents the ministry. He can do that pitching. But I want to say this, for those of you who are Christians out there, they can say, God said you must prepare yourself to receive your blessing. Is Liberia prepared to receive the blessings of agriculture if people out there decide to give it to us. It is okay to go out there. We constantly going out there. I don't know whether it's money well spent if we have to, because it costs a lot to have the president travel. The minister can take one or two deputies with him or one or two persons with him, and they go ahead and make Liberia's case. Is this the rightful use of money, given that we have no money in the country? Look, it is okay to go out there and sit before the people and say, listen, this is my case for my country. It goes a long way if the president's making that case. I get it. But at the same token, what do we have these deputies for? They have to do their job. We have embassies literally everywhere. They can go out there and represent Liberia. But if we get the blessings that the president is looking for, have we prepared the ground to receive the blessings of agriculture? Have we paved the roads? Have we developed the roads? Have we developed the infrastructure? Those are some of the questions I think we should be focused on. My brother Patrick, welcome to the show.
Yeah, but let me ask you before we go to Fadiga on this topic. Let me be frank.
All right, thank you, Dwalu.
Am I understanding you from both sides, Dwalu? I mean, is this trip so important today? The president needed to go on the trip.
The thing is, and I'll be fair to the president here, I don't have all the details, but I will say this. We want to believe that we have an able deputy at the agriculture ministry, which is the agriculture minister. I forgot his name. He was on the show a few days ago. Dr.
Nuta, Alexander Nuta.
And I think Dr. Nuta is more than capable of going to represent Liberia on this venture because it's less expensive. Now, people will say, well, yeah, the president go, look, guys, the president cannot be everywhere. But the president has to be primarily in Liberia. The reason why you deputize all your ministries, etc., is to make sure they're a representation of you. So you put the most people that you believe can do the job. And I think sometimes we stretch ourselves beyond what we are supposed to do. In this case, I think we are, unless, of course, the president had to be there by request of the Pope himself. And Fadiga, it's up to you, brother.
No, yeah, I beg you, Fadiga. Let me hold Dwaru again. I want to understand everybody's strongest position. Yeah, the president went and he's in Rome.
Mm-hmm.
He's pitching for this program. You'll also be meeting, like the document said, the Pope.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
in that case, Stanton, in that case, you're right. If he's personally requested, of course, that's entirely different case. But if it's just a thing what they're requesting delegates from countries, I would say no. But if he's personally requested, that's entirely different. Then of course.
Okay, so then I think we're clear because I just want to make everybody listen to us very clear. Not only a person like wants to kill 2-3 birds because his engagement with the Pope, his engagement with this agriculture program, and of course they asked him to be the keynote speaker. And he delivered very well. And then we can talk about the follow-up can be Dr. Nuta. Everything he's going to lay out, that follow-up can be Dr. Nuta. Let me bring you in, Fadiga. Thank you very much, Dwalu.
Let me first disagree with the both assertion that the president is not needed there and some low-level ministers who's better served. Like you regularly said, Stanton, the president was invited as the keynote speaker. That was not an optional task. He was purposely invited to give his perspective on agriculture. There are so many things that the president can look. Let us note that the president is the keynote salesperson for the country. There's nobody in the country that can sell this country better than the president. He's the highest ranking member in the highest ranking position in this country. So the president travel in as much as we want to politicize it or try to downgrade about cost, but those travel do bring a lot of good things to the country. We saw it with Erling, a direct almost 16 billion in foreign direct investment. We saw the president went to Asia. And those things going to start coming. It doesn't come one day. It's not like a package sitting down there that once you go out, you come with it in one big bag. No, they go through the diplomatic process. And at the end of the day, those things do come. And there's nobody else that can have that face that can better fish for the country than the president. That's why he has deputy. That's why he has people on the ground, a team that can handle the government while he's out there. I think the president spoke well. He said a lot of things that I highlighted something. One of the things that he actually stressed on was the full priority, like support for local food system, climate resilient, or social safety net. Recognizing the vulnerability in our agricultural system. He said a lot of things on his vision for agricultural development. Liberia commitment to sustainable agriculture. And I thought the speech was great. Because of time, we can't go through it line by line. But I rarely question why the president traveled. That is not something that I question. Except when the president going to make. This president has always gone on an important trip, whether it was to the Foca or was it Indonesia or something. He has always gone on trip, or United Nations pushing for our bid to have a non-permanent membership on the Security Council. Those are all pertinent issues. For us to downplay it, I don't know.
Thank you.
Those are not things that you can send a deputy. I think it's stronger when the chief spokesperson and the chief salesperson of the country is represented.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Folks, again, we are discussing the president trip to Rome. We want to just remind everyone the president is currently in Rome, and we are discussing the benefit. Remember, the president, Joseph Yemambuaka, will be meeting the Pope, as was said by the press secretary. On that trip, you have the information minister, Jerry McPierre. You have other folks, Dr. Nuta from the agriculture ministry. The president spoke this morning. It was very powerful. And again, he delivered on behalf of the Liberian people. So what's your take? Let me welcome to the show Uncle Sam Jackson and my sister Jackie. Uncle Sam, let's hear you. President Joseph Yemambuaka is in Rome.
I mean, I hate to disappoint you and your listening audience again. I know about FAO. I'm reading a lot of papers on food security. The last one I wrote was on the during the Ebola situation, where I wrote something for the central bank on financing food security. Let's just be very clear. President Joseph Boyka has a degree in agriculture. And he went to, I think, Kansas for like a few weeks. So this is his forte, agriculture. He was vice president for 12 years. And in the 12 years, ask yourself, what agricultural programs, policy prescriptions did the government of Liberia implement? I will tell you one, the Liberia Agriculture Sector Investment Plan, couple of $100 million for USAID, a complete failure. $30 million, ADA lab. Under his direct supervision, the equipment at FOIA, they are mothballed, they're sitting down there. And let's look at him as an agriculturist. Look at his farm. Look at the scale of his farm. Look at the investment into his own. So for you to come and say he was invited to give a key, first of all, okay, so geopolitics, whatever, personal relationship. But what exactly can President Boyka teach the world about Liberian agriculture? When you're invited to give a keynote speech, you must have some degree of success that you can go and tell the listening audience, this is what we have done. This is a case study for Liberia, specific case study for Liberia. Liberia has made a business case for agriculture. We increased rice production during the 12 years of our administration from so many tons to so many tons. We are going near what they call self-sufficiency in rice production. Cocoa and coffee, his forte at LPMC. Cocoa and coffee production in Liberia is not even $5 million. There is not one cocoa or coffee farm in Liberia that's 1,000 acres. We are not processing coffee and cocoa in Liberia. There are no value chain for agriculture production. The agribusiness is a business. Okay? Liberia cannot teach the world anything. So to me, it's a joyride. It's one of those things that it's a feel-good thing. But in terms of actual substance, again, they would cuss me out. They would call me
Thank you,
names.
sir.
All
Level
kinds
for
of
them,
stuff.
level for them
But that's
because
my
we will come
position,
back to you.
and my position is very solid. It was a complete waste of time.
Okay, so Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Let me bring in Vandetta Patrick and we'll go to Jackie. Vandetta, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. I think it's good for every national leader of the country or countries around the world to visit, to have bilateral engagements. And so the president's visit in Italy, I think it's an opportunity to rebrand Liberia, to market Liberia. The bottom line is I have traveled extensively, and it's an undisputed fact that our stories have not been told out there. So to see the country's president at major international events, such as the event that took place in Italy, Rome, I think it's an opportunity to rebrand the country's image. The president was very clear when he addressed the issue of climate change. And one thing that I was very much interested in when he urged global leaders to engage in cross-border collaboration, sharing best practices and to foster partnership with civil society and private sector stakeholders. For me, that was a very good opportunity. This is one way you can rebrand the image of your country. If our stories are not told out there, people will not know the challenges we face and the kind of strength we have when it comes to contributing towards national development. But I think there was also a missed opportunity. I did not see a delegation from the private sector, like people who are engaged in farming, like private cooperatives. That forum will be an opportunity to give them global platforms where these people can also engage with investors. And this is what I have always opted for when the president is making a trip. It is important to identify the significance of the trip and see within the country people who are working in line that are also aligned with the nature of the program. I expected people in the agriculture sector, maybe give them an opportunity to be part of the delegation. But as I look at the president delegation, I did not see a component of that particular sector. In as much it was a government function, but it should not have been exclusively government officials. Let's try to rebrand. Maybe the president is not thinking about this, but every time you are making a trip, sometimes you see congressional delegation. Sometimes Obama is traveling, you see other investors from the United States. It's an opportunity where you sit. All these things the president talk about, formulating collaboration with civil society, private investors. There's no civil society actor that were part of the president delegation looking at the significance of this thing, but this president went and talked about that. But overall, I think it's good to rebrand the image of the country. Our stories have not been told out. And I think it was good that this president attended to talk about Liberia, the challenges we face, and the opportunities that are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vandetta Patrick. Jackie, welcome to the show. It's good to have you.
Thank you, Stanton, and greetings to the panelists and to the Liberians in Liberia and those watching the show abroad. So it's wonderful to be here today. Thank you.
Now, I want you to speak to the president trip to Rome. This is our first topic for today.
All right. Well, I've listened to what the others have said, and let me just add this. First of all, the reason why it was extremely important that a president attend this FAO summit at the in Italy is because under the WEA government, Liberia hunger rate increased and poverty rate increased to we became one of the, I think, number 9 or number 8 poorest and hungriest nation in the world. So it is extremely important that Joseph Boyka be at the FAO summit today. The FAO is, the F stands for food, and of course A for the agriculture. His keynote addressed a lot of things. Liberia soil. What is our soil? Can we grow just about anything? He made the case for Liberia. He on this public platform for investors and for FAO. The global head, FAO headquarters is in Italy. That means the global head for FAO was at that summit. We saw photos with the president, with the FAO head, the global boss for FAO. You talk about stunting. The issue was stunting as it relates to our young Liberian people, their growth. How do we grow as children into adults? Nutrition is a very important component of it, and the FAO addresses that. And health, stunting and health, food in school, food and education. These are all the discussions that are being held while the president is in Italy this week, not just to focus, of course, on agriculture, but the health part. Our students growing up, if the brain is not properly developed with proper nutrition, what happens to the human development in Liberia as we look at the Human Capital Index by the World Bank? So it's a whole holistic thing and reason why the president went to Italy to make the case for Liberia and on this global stage. And we will likely see some big changes in the country. And look, Sam Jackson is talking all this, but when JMB was agriculture minister and even the head of LPMC under Doe and under President Tolbert, what happened? Our rice production increased under the leadership of Joseph Newman Boyka. The cocoa, the coffee that you talk about, JMB brought all these things to the forefront and put Liberia on the map under his leadership. And because A is the first letter in the arrest agenda, it is extremely important. It was extremely important that the president accept the invitation to go to the FAO this time around, and not just go there, but to also be the keynote speaker at this all-important event.
Thank you, Jackie. Listen, guys, while we do another 30 seconds, we have to move on. Welcome to the show, Dr. Bopler. We'll move on, and when we get to you, you can use your 30 seconds. Again, it's shocking to hear Uncle Sam. I mean, to each his own. But I will say this to all Liberians: your president, Joseph Yiman Boyka, is in room. Why is he there? Jackie just lay it out. Hungry, I've taken hunger since Charlie Quintan. I mean, if you can just talk about any other trip, this is most important to me. It is. And I think more to come from this trip. Find something else to say. Condemn with reasoning. But you can sit over here and the president want to engage the Pope. And the president talking about food production, agriculture. Then he said, no, I want you to send Dr. Nuttall. Let Dr. Nuttall be the Pope. No, I thought you bringing the Libya issue up, Uncle Sam. I want us to ask Liberian home. If you won't condemn, but whoever up there that we appreciate, you don't. Oh my God, I'm just trying to just get in the mind of people that will go against this just because of politics. But it's not my job to condemn anyone because everybody will take their own position. So 30 seconds straight, guys. I'm watching this time. If you want to use yours, or else we'll move on. Again, let me remind every Liberian out there that President Joseph Yiman Boyka today, he delivered and he spoke about the importance of agriculture, of food, especially not in the world globally, but Liberia as a whole. And when he meet the Pope and he will meet these guys one-on-one, he will pitch for Liberia. Sometimes let's just criticize on the important issue, on issue that is happening. But for us to criticize a very important day, I'm shocked, man. Dr. Richardson, your 30 seconds, Mr. Dwadu, Fadika, and the rest of the team, and we will move to the next story.
This is not about criticism of the president's travel. It is about Liberia's readiness to speak about agriculture for me. Um, I believe that we are not ready. You asked a brilliant question, Jackie. What type of soil do we have in our country? Do we have cooperations? What plants, what grows best in our country? What is the percentage of students that have nutritional problems that affect their brain in the country that challenge their learning process? Those are the questions that I think we should be ready to answer when we go to these types of
Who asking us those questions, Dr. Richardson? Who in room will be asking President Boyka, how many people you get brain problem before you bring food? Where you want this question to be asked?
Can you let Uncle talk, please?
Uncle Sam,
Let Uncle talk, man.
Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam,
no, because you like it. Because you like it. Let him talk. Because you like what I want to say. You don't have to come to everything. You are moderator. You moderator. You're not supposed to come to everything. Let him talk.
We are engaging.
No, you're not engaging. You're countering the woman.
But CEO, quickly.
Okay, you know what? All right, you know what? I will tell my own. Dr. Richardson, go ahead. No. Dr. Richardson,
no. We have to protect our sister. We interrupt her.
We have to protect our sister, man.
Out there.
Dr.
Thank
Richardson,
you for allowing me to finish.
Dr. Richardson, we need to ask you more questions if you want us to be engaging, or we can all sit on the show. We all sit on the show like Bobo and let all just talk and have a cool, quiet show.
No, wait for your turn.
Uncle Sam, please, man, take your
Can I have some quiet moments, though? Which is good.
Can I continue? Okay. So for me, in order to showcase Liberia, in order to show our best and brightest and our understanding of our country, okay, we need to have answers to these questions. It's not about people asking us. It's for what we have to offer so that we can shine to the world, so that the goodies can come to our country. At this point, in my mind, we are under austerity measures in our country. Trips have to be moderate, okay, or consistent with the economic status of our country. We don't need it right now. As far as the president,
you don't need the president going to Rome right now. That's what you're saying.
That's my opinion. I don't believe. As far as the president going to visit the Pope, maybe that's a private business or whatever. I'm not going to speak about that. But for the World Food Conference, I don't believe at this point that the president should be the primary person attending. He has a great minister.
Even though they say be the keynote speaker, you say no, you should refuse.
Well, every invitation I get, I don't go to every invitation that I get.
But you are not the president of the Republic of Liberia, though.
Well, I'm not the president, but I don't think that he should agree to every invitation he gets. I mean, a communist country could be inviting Putin. For all I know, Putin could be inviting him. He would say yes, and I want there too.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Dwalu.
Guys, this is not about president traveling. Look, we've traveled for a long time. Let's look at the real numbers. How serious are we about agriculture in the country? Will we reduce agriculture budget from 5.7 million to 3.7 million? And agriculture is number one in the president arrest agenda. What message are we going to give to the Pope or whoever is out there? As much as I support the government, I believe our priority is out of whack. Personally, there's nothing wrong with the president traveling. But Stanton, look, over the last 9 months or so, the president had traveled at least 9 times. No qualms there. Every time the president make a trip, we could spend anywhere from $200,000 to as much as $500,000 per trip. How are we funding this? Now, yes, you can go, we get something here, we get something there. That's not the issue here. The issue here is if we are taking agriculture very seriously, how is it being reflected back home? Are we reflecting that? We ask this question not because we want to chastise the president, because we want the right thing to be done back home. I don't care about Rome. I care about Saniquity.
Thank you, Mr. Dwalu. Again, if I'm allowed, thank God, Uncle Sam like Dwalu. I think your point, they are well taken. We can question the amount of time the president traveled. We can talk about our agriculture agenda and that which was budgeted, that was reduced. We can make that argument a very strong argument. But to say the president shouldn't go and represent Liberians, poor, dying, hungry Liberians, and say, yes, this is what we need, but we should wait for certain questions to be answered. And send me the question sheet. Question number 1, what percentage of youth in your country need food? Question number 2, who are the 100 people? Are they mentally retarded? Then I'm kind of confused as to where we are to question these things, upload them, check them before we move on. So again, I challenge my dear sister, Dr. Richardson, but I accept your criticism, Mr. Duadu. Hussein Eugene Fadiga.
Look, you can tell that it is all just politics. And look, part of the president's job description is for him to travel. It is part of his job description to network. But I will tell you something. Back in February, the president skipped 2 important summits. The African Union, the 37th session of the African Union Summit held in Abuja. The president sent Foreign Minister Cyril Beslo-Nyanti to represent him. Do you know what was the headlines across the country? President Bouka skips EU ECOWAS summit without explanation, missing key networking opportunities. Every media institution. The president failed to go attend the inauguration of the new elected Senegalese president. And everybody, oh, that's why Senegalese did not come here. And it was always something. So there will always be some reason to criticize the president. The president understands that. He will continue to do what the Liberian people, as long as it's not illegal, we can talk about the money. Look, we always cry that this country, the country is now a broke country. We just don't manage our resources wisely. But we can walk and chew gum. To believe that things are mutually exclusive, that if one thing doesn't happen, the other thing we can do both together is wrong. It's just for to question why the president traveled. I've never heard that before. And we know for the world that traveling is part of his job description. He's the chief salesperson for the country. He can delegate at will. But I'm telling you, if President Bouka sits down home today for an economy that strive on donation from foreigners and foreign goodwill, honestly, people will complain, the nation will still suffer. So I think he has weighed his option, and going to Italy was, I mean, nobody can question that. It's just I'm shocked that people are even questioning why the president went to Italy. But I'm sure he will continue to travel as long as he's doing it in the best interest of the Liberian people and not to merry-make and have fun. All the president trips can be accounted for. We can talk about the procurement and other things, but these are necessary trips. And whether he travel or not, somebody will still complain. So I think he just do what is best for the Liberian people. Uncle Sam.
Look, I was very clear that Liberia has no business to lecture the international community on food security. When you're a keynote speaker, it means that you have some degree of expertise, or there's a country case study that shows that you have done what is required to provide food security for your people. So this was strictly political, strictly, whining and dining with the powers that be.
So did you read the speech?
I'm stupid. I never read a speech. I'm a stupid man. I never went to school before in my life.
But did you read a speech? You just got to answer
the president said everything in his speech.
I'm stupid. To ask a panelist, like Senator Jackson, who is coming. No.
Who said, did you read a speech?
For me, that is an insult.
Did you read a speech?
I read that trash. I read that trash.
Just say
I read that trash. When he talk about sustainability and other components of farming, and then Liberia doesn't engage in sustainable farming, where 65% of the workforce
your bitterness for this president. Your bitterness for this president, I think it will have a serious impact in your everyday life.
Oh, when you were calling my government looters, when you were calling a kleptocracy, when you were calling
we didn't call it that your congressman Smith called that name. International congressman called that name. I think reduce your for your age, reduce your bitterness a little bit, Uncle Sam.
Make his own thing. Give me a chance to talk. You will have your opportunity to talk. I'm saying to you, Liberia is in no position to lecture the international community on sustainable agriculture. They're not. Joseph Boakai does not have the past to demonstrate that in his 12 years as vice president of the Republic of Liberia, where the United States government spent over $200 million on the Liberia agriculture sector investment plan, we did not improve food security. Stunting and wasting did not decrease under the Ellen Johnson administration. Stunting and wasting, right? Yields in cassava did not improve. Nutrition did not improve. Food security did not improve. So what is there to lecture the international community to be a keynote speaker when you are not participating in
Well, ask the international community where they asked him to be a keynote speaker. They saw something in him that you refuse to acknowledge. Go and ask them that they look at over 50 countries in Africa and they asked President Joseph Yiman Boakai to be the keynote speaker. You go and ask them. When last? I hate to go back to the job. We had time. Did they ever ask Joe to be keynote speaker for that program? No. In his very first year, they realized and they recognized something so important. And you sit here talking about it's a trash.
Give me his
achievements
in agriculture. Please give me his achievements in agriculture under the 12 years of the administration.
Notice how he skipped the we are years and went straight to Ellen years. Look, we are president, we are erased all the progress from the 12 years of the Ellen-led administration. So the point where Liberia became dropped to the bottom of becoming one of the poorest and hungriest. We're already poor, but we dropped. And we became, our hungry level went way up on the map of World Bank, IMF data. This was under President Weah and Sam Jackson. You got the nerve to say that President Boakai shouldn't go and make the case to reduce the hunger level and the poverty level of the Liberian people under this administration, when you guys were very careless and were wicked to the Liberian people and made the Liberian people go hungry every single year. And we trying to correct that now. President Boakai is on the global stage trying to correct that now. And you want to casually shift and not even mention the damage that you guys did by carrying those little babies hungry every single day. Our learning curve even dropped under President Weah, and we trying to correct that. The stunting and level went way up, and we trying to correct that. And you want to really talk? You
see, let me say this before we go to Dr. Boplet. Thank you, Jackie. You got no feeling about people that
the data is there. I didn't make it up.
Okay.
You can stretch a V.
You got hold on a minute. We are going to Dr. Boplet, guys. Guys, we are going to Dr. Boplet, but Dr. Boplet, let me lay this out for you.
Stretch a V with no statistics.
Can somebody permanently mute Uncle Sam till he ready to speak?
Dr.
Boplet, let me say this. You're in Liberia. You see how many people go to bed hungry every day. Everybody has some serious issue. How many times the president traveled? But you cannot say, and Liberians will answer when we open the phone line, that if this trip to Rome was so necessary for this government, that this president should go ahead and pitch and negotiate and bring back something good, not today, not tomorrow, but that tomorrow people will not go to bed hungry. Dr. Bopler, what say you?
You know, Stanton, I got to be candid here. One of the things I pray for is that God will so saturate this country with a new sense of pragmatism. I think we have a way of just sugarcoating and having these feel-good arguments. We are too far behind to have those kind of arguments. We need to be practical. And when we do that, we help our country the most. I am a big supporter of JNB. I support him all the way. He was head of agriculture, LPMC. We're on the map, but where are we? We are not feeding ourselves, not even any closer. Not only that, but there's rice shortage from time to time. So I said that to say this: when you diagnose the problem properly and correctly, then there's a higher propensity to solve the problem. Let's be practical. We love our president, we support our country, but let's be real about it. Okay, we're not any closer to feeding ourselves than we were way back then. But if we can start now and say, look, we have a real problem here and we're going to solve it. Part of that is being, got to introspect and be critical of ourselves. Being critical is not being deconstructive. We can be critical and be very constructive and move forward. We need to feed ourselves, and the action taking in the budget, okay, is counterproductive and sends the wrong message about the priority of the agriculture as the first place in the arrest agenda. You put your money where your mouth is, and your budgetary preparation reflects your national expectation. So you take money from there, you then take money from some of the other frivolous things. It's hard to make the case. So I pray when the president come back, he's a seasoned agriculture man, he been doing anything. Put your hands to the plow. Let's re-strategize and let's help move our country to a better place of food security.
So that's a ball play. Again, that's a ball play. Everything you said correct. I hate it when they took money out of the agriculture and put it somewhere else. They reduce it to nothing. We were all surprised to make that argument. But that's a ball play. This trip to Rome, is it important? This trip to Rome, can we say it was important that the president attended the trip instead of sitting back and sending that to nota? His engagement with the Pope. I mean, all our domestic issue we can put on the table. We can blame the president. We can make an argument. But how important is this trip, contrary to what Dr. Samuel Jackson is saying? I'll remove the data and call him Uncle Sam. Dr. Boblet, am I asking you?
Oh yeah, I'm speaking now. So listen, you never know, okay, the outcome of your investment. You never know the dividend before it has an opportunity to mature. So the president makes the trip. Nobody can say here that, oh, the trip was not fruitful or the trip is unnecessary. I would say in the bigger context of things, and I said it before, that I hope when this president comes back, he will spend more time domestically and pay attention to what's happening on ground. The president is the president. He goes there and make the pay. We don't know. It's a seed sown. You don't know how it's going to germinate. We'll wait and see. But when you put that next to all the other national priorities, it would seem to me that the president could cut back on some of these. Like I said some time ago, I said tonight, presidential travel ain't cheap. The president travel is more expensive than everybody else's. So the president went, he met the Pope. I'm a Christian, man. I want me to Pope myself. It all right. He made a speech there. It all right. But when we come back now, we pray to see the fruits, okay? And we move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Bobla. We'll come to you, Conor Gray. Let's go to Vandetta Patrick for his 30 seconds. We'll come to you, Conor Gray.
Yeah. So quickly, Stanton, like I said in my opening statement, the president trip, it was good. It helps to rebrand the country's image. Our stories have not been told out there. That's good. But the bottom line is there were missteps. And it's important to highlight these things because the forum itself talks about, science and innovation forum. There were other side events that discuss key priorities of the forum. We talk about global youth action forum, doing the thing. But look at the president's delegation, social government officials. You are going to talk about food. And who are the stakeholders in any country? These are things we need to ask ourselves. The farmers. Where's the Liberia, the mother organization of all the workers' union in this country, agricultural workers' union? Why they were not part of the delegation? Did the president take into consideration the agro business? To say, certain people from within the agro business sector of this country can you be part of my delegation? There's no young person, even though the forum talk about young people. I want you to go on the World Forum, World Food Forum. You see the WFF Global Youth Action Forum. It was part of this thing that they discussed. No young man was part of this president delegation. But this president believes that the young people are the cornerstone of this country. And make no mistake, we are leaders of today. We are no longer future leaders. So a country that intends, to address the issue of war hunger, young people are involved in agro businesses in this country. They are going to alleviate poverty, eliminate hunger. So when you are forming your delegation on this kind of international events, it is imperative to sit down, you read about the agenda, what this forum going to talk about. And one of the portions of the agenda has to do with young people. But no young person was part of the delegation, no representative from the agri sector. What are the agriculture cooperatives? Nobody, only government officials. And look at the agriculture budget. And like I said, in as much as it's important to emphasize that the president should travel, but there are fundamental missteps. Going to go see the Pope, I'm a Christian. I agree. The Pope will pray for you. And now they not go there for photo opportunity. I met the Pope, and so what? I mean, with all due respect.
Thank you very much. Colin Gray, Colin Gray, talk to us real quick. You met us on this topic. We gave you the equal 30 seconds, but then we'll move on to our next conversation, sir.
Stanton, hello, man. Hi, everyone. In my opinion, I think the fact that it's the volume of invitation that is extended to this presidency by the international community. One, that was never in existence during the Weir administration. Matter of fact, people were arguing that the guy used to appear uninvited on certain program, but not only is President Boakadi invited, but sometimes he serves as keynote speaker.
Wait, Colonel Gray, sorry to interrupt you. You say John Ware used to appear uninvited. Eduardo, did you hear that?
We still have that argument. Remember?
No, he just show up. He used to crash the party, crash the event.
And then he crashed the power play. Then he turned to take picture of certain people for photo op. Those were the type of argument. But before stating my point, one caller called today and say he was concerned about Mr. Jackson's rhetoric and language on the show, and I think you cannot have that kind of temperament all the time. You understand? As an older person, stop cussing and go to the issue. But let's go forward here. The president came to Atlanta, met some business people. Mr. Jackson condemned that there was a low-tier group of people he was meeting. Look, politics is politics, but sometimes we have to be rational. The reason this president is invited is because they see some level of leadership in him, either in past administration. Look, he got something to share. This was a guy who's noted for his agricultural acumen. He has served in that capacity. Liberia was absent the last many years, 6, 7 years.
Thank you, Brother Gray.
Been absent, and now people feel that we'll bounce back. We'll get somebody at least with wisdom on their head. They're not going in and go showing playing soccer with the.
Thank you, Brother Gray.
Playing soccer with few Arab guys, running around. That's why we should be considered.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel Gray. Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to 4, 6, 8, 10. We're here. Damuslanga is in the back producing. I want to say thanks to all of you. We appreciate you. We say thank you very much for coming on this day, the 14th of October, making the case for Liberia. Again, ladies and gentlemen, to you that just joining us, please go on your Facebook page, go on your YouTube, your WhatsApp, share the show, tell somebody that Spoon Talk is here, Spoon Talk is back. We just had a great conversation on the president trip to Rome, to be continued no more. President Joseph Yemabwaka is engaging. He will be meeting the Pope. He will be speaking. Look, this person he met, whosoever this person is, somebody know them. Again, he having a serious agriculture conversation. The forum was great. We received words that everything was on course. And again, we will wait what the president will be bringing back. It may not be today or tomorrow, but the future will hold a great thing for our country. So on this topic, we rest and we say again, thank you for spending your time with us. I really want us to go to the Liberia National Police, folks. And I want to bring in Vendetta Patrick. Actually, we were on the phone here myself when they broke this news to us. Now, I can tell you, I'm going to be discussing the Liberia National Police, who is under the care of Gregory Coleman. We all know Gregory Coleman. He's a great man. Again, I spoke to Colonel Coleman. I asked him questions. I asked the lawyer of this victim, but it's a serious thing to note that somebody in Liberia can beat on folks that came into the country to invest, can take the money, and that group came from the Liberia National Police. If you are not, wherever you find yourself today, this is big. That we still have elements within the Liberia National Police that can attack investors or who be investors. People that came in with their own money. They will beat them, they will take the money, they will jail them, and they will say, you know, go case my you know what. And just to add, people were patient for these guys to have a sit down with some members of the executive mansion to give the plan, they register the businesses, the company. I put it in the chat room, guys, take a look. But why? Why? Why not even the lay people? The allegation that this guy, if you know him, he sat in his chair when they brought these guys there. The allegation that he took their money. Sam S.D. Gbala, chief of organized crime section, they call him R2, that he took the money, $25,000. But in return, the investor went home with only $8,500. These are allegations. Today, I can confirm to you that the civilian that took the police officer at that hotel is in jail right now. But then what become of the police officer that took the people money? I'm going to give Vendetta Patrick the chance because this too is bad for our country. As I was speaking to you, I was able to speak to the lawyer, to this victim. I was able to speak to Colonel Gregory Coleman. I was able to speak to people involved with this case, and they are angry. How are we being so wicked? Vendetta Patrick, lay the story up to us. Talk to us as we show these documents. Folks that's in the chat room, please, you can go through them. Mr. Patrick, you are muted.
So basically, my fellow panelists, it's important to highlight some things. Sometimes people say we get angry. It's not that people are angry. We're trying to protect the tenets of our democracy and ensuring that people who come in this country to invest are protected under the law. And interestingly, this arrest agenda has in its pillow rule of law, but it is regrettable that people who are supposed to protect investors, protect the citizens, are creating a situation where investors will be scared to go away. So I got a tip yesterday from a reliable source that some Vietnamese investors were robbed. So I quickly drove there. I had a lengthy conversation in the nearby hotel. And what I gathered, look, I could see them in tears. They were frustrated, angry. They felt that this government is not even in the position to protect them. In as much as I am a critic of the government, I told them this president is not going to leave this case alone. He will step inside, make sure that your rights will be protected. As a matter of fact, They had an intention to invest in a country during the previous regime. I was told they were robbed 300,000 United States dollars. They did not give them what they wanted. They were frustrated and they packed their things and they went back. When this new government came to power, they were further convinced that this president has an integrity and that the rule of law would be implemented to the letter. They came back. They were lodged at the nearby hotel. They've been in this country since May. They went through their documentations. Their company is Winstock Corporation. It's a Vietnamese company. Many of you, maybe you have never traveled to Vietnam. Vietnam is a beautiful country, very rich in terms of tourism and agriculture. I must say that clearly because I was there some part of December 2023. So, and luckily for me, I wore, the Vietnamese t-shirt when I went there. They told me that one of them. But what broke me down when this guy, Wing, he speaks English very well. He said, look, we came to help the people of Liberia. And they've been here. They have documented everything. They have their rights to stay in this country. They have re-entry visa. I shared that with you, Stanton. And interestingly, they were told that even to process all their documents, they spent almost 30,000 United States dollars. But they never had time. But what happened on the 13th? So when they came in this country, like some Liberians, they befriended one guy they call one Johnson. He's a gentleman, he always come around, eat with them, sit down with them, and they talk. So, so they went through their proper, company stuff. But this day, it was unusual. So while they were in, they got called and said, look, I want to see you. They said, but right now, we are in the meeting. So after my meeting, I will let you know. Apparently, this Johnson guy had connived with some members of the Liberia National Police. This is an organized crime. So while they were there, as soon as his guests, the investors' guests left, they went. Johnson and the other guy went upstairs and they opened the door, allowed them in. They always have the opportunity. They have access to the main door. So while they were eating in his apartment, in his suite, he and his brother, another guy, as I was told, is a friend of an immigration officer only known as Bruce. This guy entered, and the two other guys that were there already, they opened the door. But this other police officer was in disguise. So when they opened the door, another police officer entered with a uniform and told the guy, you guys are under arrest. You are doing illegal business in this country. He said, but for what? Before he could make up his mind, he was choked, coughing, took the key from in his pocket and went in his bedroom. This thing is happening in the hotel. I'm telling you, they took $24,000, as I was told, 24,000 United States dollars. Cough, he and his brother brought them down, and members of the staffers at the hotel decided that, look, you can't carry our guests like that. He committed no crime. Why are you carrying him? And they put them at the back, straight at the Liberia National Police headquarters. When they got there, according to Wayne, they met this guy, the man photo he just posted, and the man told them that you are operating in this country illegally. And the only way, if you don't want to go into jail, it means you have to do something. But when they went there, the 24,000 they collected from in his apartment, in his hotel room. When they got at the Liberia National Police headquarters, the man only reported 12,000. The 12,000 disappeared from RI Highway where they were at the hotel to the Liberia National Police headquarters. 12,000 disappeared. When the man declared this guy photo, you need to put his photo there, Chief, put his photo there. He authorized the guy who arrested the two investors to check the money. They checked $100 bill, $50 bill until it was 12,000. And one of the investors said, no, this is wrong. You took $24,000 from in the house. And because we were all in the hotel, we just got this money from our ATM collect. He said even the hotel manager helped them to get some of the money because they were already indebted. It was not 12,000, but the man insisted it's only 12,000. So talking one thing to another, they say, look, you know why you are operating here? The man asked, what is my crime? They say you are operating here illegally. They say, what is the evidence? And say, if you keep talking, you will go to jail. And here, if we place you into jail, I think you'll see the cuff mark there. I think he showed me, I took all the photos. He said, if we place you in the cell, it will take a long time for you to be free because you have to go to court and all your investment in this country, you will lose all. And this guy insisted he wants to get in touch with the Liberian government, specifically the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and his embassy in Liberia or anywhere, because what they were doing to him is illegal. But the people told him, look, you can't do anything right now. The only thing you can do, you have to do something. Just within that time, they called their lawyer, Lafia Gu. And Lafia came, the guy who called Lafia is one of...
I think that Orosho Gu, not Lafia Gu.
Orosho Gu, yes, Orosho Gu. Orosho Gu, I think Orosho, his number is there. So just so we know, we don't make mistakes.
All right, so Patrick, let me hold you. Vandela, let me hold you. I have the lawyer for the victim on the phone, right? This is Councilor Orosho Gu. Again, he's going to explain this. And folks, please bear with us. We have your own view on this, but this is a very, very scary time. So again, welcome to the show, Councilor. How you doing today?
Well, good evening. I think it's good afternoon to you on that side. Good evening, Liberia.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. We on the story about the Vietnamese and the Chinese, I believe, those guys that were taken to the Liberia National Police. Can you just give us the status right now and some overview as to this story, sir?
Well, we've been told that the Liberia National Police have launched an investigation. I received some calls from the hierarchy of the police. They're very concerned about the events that unfolded over the weekend. It's quite annoying and shameful, to say the least, for our country. But I must say, before I get into the undertakings that occurred, the Liberia National Police in time past have been quite professional. We had some very cordial relationship. Lawyer and police, oftentimes work together, and that relationship has been very cordial. But I got a call from my client on a Saturday night that they were being taken to the police station. But first, let me put this in context. They've come to Liberia to look at ways where they can make some investment into our country, particularly in the extractive industry and also into the hotel industry and so forth. And they were looking at ways to partnership with Liberians. Earlier in the day, they met with some Liberians and they were discussing all of the different possibilities. So they are also and they're expecting to await the person's return so that they can have an appointment with him, at least in his office. So I got a call on Saturday night that they've been taken at the police headquarters. The police had conducted a sting operation. And so that was quite interesting. As a lawyer, we got there. I saw them. They were, you could see visibly that they were being ruffled up and Bono in the room. And that was quite surprising because usually the level of professionalism that occurred at the police station, different, suspects or how you would call it, this didn't occur. And so it was quite unusual to me. So I inquired as to what happened. I asked the police officers to talk to my clients privately. They allowed me, and I spoke to them. We came in to say, look, we had 24,000 with us. It was brought here. I said, okay, let's go in and we check the money, and then after we agree on the amount, then we can go into the investigation. I would just like to witness the investigation. I asked what was the charge of my clients. They said, oh, the economic sabotage. They were attempting to buy gold in this country without gold license, and somebody had made a pitch to them to sell a kilogram of gold for 20,000 instead of 77,000. I said, so do you have a search warrant? How do you just march into someone's room and go? If you ran a sting operation, are your bosses aware? Did you get a note from some judge authorizing this? You just can't do it. And once you're invading into the privacy of someone, there are operational legal protocols that attend to those things. So in the absence of those things, if you ran a search and seizure warrant, what is the inventory listing? I say, oh, look, these people will be charged. In fact, we're going to run, we'll do a press conference tomorrow morning. I said, beautiful. Then I'll take on to the Facebook page now and do a press conference. There were a few police officers who were very cordial, and they said, no, let's not do this. Let's see. By the time we got to checking the money was now $12,200. My client is very verbose. He said, no, they stole my money. I said, easy, let's find out. He was, extremely enraged. And we went to the bottom of it. There were threats to lock them up and so forth. I said, well, I'm here. I do allow you to keep the travel documents. Let me take them. They were making threats. I also got a bit upset about the treatment. And so I said, well, if that's what you want to do, then go ahead and use your 48. We would take the options available to us once they found out that was it. Then came some other police officers that I believe were much more mature, and they intervened and say, well, no, you can take your clients and the rest of the things we seized from them. They had skill, like they say that people had to wait. I said, what having these things? And, he said there was a guy who had been coordinating apparently with some of the members of the Liberia National Police for the purpose of running these so-called sting operations. It didn't appear that any of the bosses were aware of that. I feel strongly it was a solo operation, evidenced by some of the questions I'm being asked and information being provided to me by hierarchies of the Liberia National Police. So, quite frankly, I think they were robbed, and it's not a good thing for our country. The officers of the Liberia National Police have said that they will get to the bottom of this, and they will ensure that some actions are taken in terms of reprimand or whatever professional standard division will recommend. But that is the gravity of the matter. Of course, because there's an ongoing investigation, I would like to just speak at the margins of things and not get a bit too specific, because we don't know where this will lead.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Councilor Gold. Again, like we agreed, please take this. Your clients were received by you, and you took them home, correct?
Yes. Okay. We signed for them, took them home, but they have been roughed up, coughed. This is not what usually occurs with the Liberia National Police. We had an incident about a month or so ago again with another investor who come into the country and had built a very decent. There were some allegations. He was picked up when the police went to get him. He asked to call his lawyer. The police were very professional. They let him place the call. I spoke to the police officer. I asked for his cooperation. to follow the police. He followed the police. They in fact said, look, we'll allow him to drive his vehicle. We will be in the vehicle with him, but he will drive. They went to the police station, asked few questions, got the clarity they needed. They said, you can go back with your client, all is well. That is the kind of policing we expected, but unfortunately, Saturday, this was wrong. The guys in the cool cases division, headed by one Harold, did that first professional arrest that I would talk about. And after the interrogation, they was like, look, continue to do what you do, and I'll get going with their investment projects. But quite surprisingly, the contrary occurred on Saturday. It's very, very, very unfortunate, you know.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. It's good having you on again. You are always welcome. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yes, Stanton, please let him stay there.
Okay.
I have
Thank
something
you.
to say.
No, the councillor have to go. We have just a brief agreement because the case is an ongoing case. So we beg you let excuse the councillor.
I don't want him to blame himself, because what I'm about to say is important he address it.
But can we hold you there? Let's go to the others real quick. Fandela Patrick, please. I won't keep you for last on this one. Again, we'll go to Dr. Richardson, Mr. Eduardo Jackie, Uncle Sam Jackson, Honorable Al Hussein Fadika, Dr. Bobler Connor Gray. When Isaac come back, he will speak. Then we'll keep Fandela Patrick for last. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. You just heard from the lawyer representing these victims. It's bad. It's huge. Wait, you want to say something?
Yeah. There's a distorted information that the panelists need to know, so when they are making their analysis, they will get it clear. And that's why I'm insisting I want to speak on it, because I talk.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
This councillor, you know, he's my own big brother. I respect him, but I think he acted very unprofessional, from what I was told.
So when I leave that, I'm going to leave that. Fandela, you will listen to me on this one. We will leave that for your closing, because it is important that we address the issue before blaming the councillor. You will speak to that. I beg you. I must leave that. Dr. Richardson, Fandela, please listen to me on this one. Let's just leave it. When we come to you, you can say how he was unprofessional. I'm focused on the fact that the Labrador National Police acted unprofessionally.
No, Stanton, the councillor was part of the problem. That's what I want to tell you. The councillor is part of the problem.
Fandela Patrick,
the councillor is part of the robbery. I'm telling you. So why you don't want to give me a chance to talk about that?
Because you will speak on that on our second round of conversation. Fandela, thank you very much. I beg you, my brother.
I'm telling you.
Fandela, I beg you, wait for your time. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about this issue. You won't miss the Kasaoli and the Pan, but wait, I want the people to go with something, Mr. Patrick. You would blame Councilor Gould, you would blame, that's okay. Let's take it step by step. When we do all these things, the people are confused. Dr. Richardson, there's an issue here. This is the gentleman that carried on the investigation. His name is Bada. He's R2. The allegation that, yes, he was involved, taking the people $24,000. Again, these are allegations. You heard from the councillor representing these people. They are in the country legally. This is the work permit. This is the document. This is the other part of the Republic of Liberia resident permit. They have the document. You listen to Fandela Patrick and you listen to the lawyer. But where's the people money? Why they beat them? They have scratches on the skin, handcuff mark on the skin. Honor this person. Now everybody said Gregory Kumar has integrity. What's going on, Dr. Richardson?
This is very, very sad and concerning and alarming to me for two reasons. One, there's a friend that was mentioned called Johnson who befriended these investors into the country, a Liberian. And also we have the police, who I believe Mantra, like police around the world, and Mantra is to protect and to serve the public, okay? So we Liberians, we are equally responsible to protect our country, to maintain the security of our country. If somebody befriended you and then you connive, from according to the story that I heard from the lawyer in Fandela Patrick, you connived with the the police to come and rob these people of their money. That's very concerning to me. Okay, we Liberians, we need to be very, very protective of our country. You cannot be engaging in those behaviors and expect investor to come to the country. And then, if the police involvement, and if whoever is involved, whether that Mr. Bala, and strangely enough, there's another case of Mr. Bala involvement. I would sidestep and say that one after I say this. If the police is involved, okay, let them face the full weight of the law. Let them go through all of the proper process that they need to go through, because they are ruining, okay, the character, the reputation of the police. This is not what we expect a professional arm of the country to be doing. I don't expect the police who's supposed to protect citizens and investors to be stealing from other people. Who's policing the police? And the reason why I wanted to bring up this hour to Mr. Bala, man, I recently got a call. Okay, we did as you guys know that I do a show on Friday. This young woman saved up all her money. Okay, and when her name is EA Restaurant, she went to Liberia and opened a restaurant. Guess who she hired? What security firm she hired? This Mr. Bala's security firm.
Can we come back to that as well, Dr. Richardson, please? On the second round, because I also, maybe that the same person texted me, we can have somebody just send me the information about the same Bala guy. Also from the past government, he was involved in something similar like this. These are allegations. We will go into it, Dr. Richardson. I want us to address this bigger issue. And again, we hope someone from the Liberia National Police can respond like we received this.
Bala guy's connected, but if you want to move on, I'm okay with that as well. You're the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Eduardo, talk to us on the story you just heard.
The Mexicans and the Jamaicans put a barrier between the investors, tourists in their country from the chaos that's happening in that country, because they understand one thing. Every time the message goes out that something happening in the country against a tourist or an investor, it hurts the country massively. Stanton, sometimes I believe we are asking the same question. I mean, the wrong question. My question would be, how come this is not happening more often in Liberia? That's a real question. Given the state of the country, this is expected to be happening more and more. But yes, it's scary, Paul. When I say on the show, if I and Sue, Opa, Zina, Bola, Kai, Dualu make a calculated decision to harm somebody, I must face the consequences of my decision. We love to do the thing in Liberia and say, let it be. One person will harm an entire country. Look, most of the time, these things, nothing will become of it. Liberia people got a thing, like eating me, eyeball. You're not eating nobody eyeball. It will just happen one time. That message goes out. I can tell you about the Canadian that wrote a whole book on Liberia on the Ellen Johnson administration. I can tell you about countless investors that came to the country. Even myself here many times. Things happen in ways I cannot explain here. We are hurting us. But it hurts even more that the people we are charged with protecting us are partaking in the hurt against the country. It hurts. Hopefully, the Honorable addresses this. That's what I want to say, Stinton.
Thank you, Mr. Eduardo. Jackie?
Wow, this is sad. National safety, peace and safety should be priority number one in the country. And it is sad. I hope the National Police will update the public on a regular basis on what's going on and bring confidence to investors who are already in the country and potential investors who are listening to these stories. We saw what happened under the Weah government, where a lot of investors fled the country and brought our investment level down to an all-time low since the war. We do not need this to continue. I'm calling on the Ministry of Justice. Thank you, Mr. IG, for responding to Stanton, to the media. But please be more vigilant. Keep the public updated, even come on Spoon and other network, and tell the people and tell the world that there is zero tolerance for something like this, so that we can have an influx of investors into the country. There are so many questions that I even have right now. How did people even know to target these people? Why were they targeted, and how did they know if these people have money in their hotel or wherever they were? So there's so many questions to answer, And I am looking forward to the Ministry of Justice being more vigilant, dealing with these people to the full extent of the law, and sending a message to the international body that this is a new day in Liberia where investors can freely come and invest without being harassed by the cronies and the criminals within the system. We must eliminate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Isaac Doe.
Yeah, well, Stanton, this is a very sensitive topic, but if you allow me with him on 2 minutes very quickly, since I did not have the time to chip in on the previous topic, I could just take few
No,
seconds.
we will come back there. I said, let's move on. I guarantee you, if we set the show like this, we get enough time, you'll come back. Let's just talk about this real quick.
All right, on to the LNP issue. There is something you didn't add, Stanton, and I want to add it. When Gregory Coleman was reached out to, or maybe somebody does not know who Gregory Coleman is. He is the Inspector General of the entire Liberia Police. He said at that time, he had not been briefed on the issue. When he was reached out to for the second time again, he said he's at the LNP and he is waiting to be briefed. You didn't add that part. I want to add it. I know somebody was speaking very cool. Thank you. So that's what he said on the record. I want you to think about it. The Inspector General, the big man for all the police, didn't know of such high profile case. And I want to just give a plea to Mr. Coleman. Please leave TikTok. You cannot be a TikTok influencer and be national police boss. I think the IG, and this is serious, talk to a lot of people. The IG is focused on TikTok. Then actually looking at the country's safety, my people. While this is of course a shame to our country, let us not limit the issue of police record under this government to just that. There have been too much of police involved brutality, police involved crime, police involved issues that have been on the increase of now. When you wake up tomorrow morning, go to TikTok and search Gregory Coleman, you will see a man doing one video there, one TikTok thing. I don't think it would take our country anywhere. Again, I wanted to end on it. The IG said he was not briefed the first time he was reached out to. The second time he said he's there, he's waiting to be briefed. That actually meant he knew nothing about what was going on. We're talking about potential people who will bring jobs in the country, who will bring economic viability in the country, who will bring good things in the country. At that high level, the boss of the people that went on the raid said he didn't know about it.
Thank you.
Our country is.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, talk to us on this serious issue, sir.
Yeah, okay, look, before I get into the crux of the matter, I'd just like to correct a fallacy that one of my panelists, I'm not going to call her name, she's an older lady here. She always corrects me in a very flagrant way, but I'll correct her in a very intelligent manner. She says that investments under the George Weah administration went the lowest since it's been in a post-war. That's a lie. That's not just a lie. That's a flagrant lie. Bawo Chico, 500 million, Popolo. There were only one cement factory.
Uncle Sam, you are using your time like this, right?
Yes, I am.
Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, wait, I beg you. Uncle Sam, wait. We cannot put a topic on the floor and your group can try it. Take your pen and Uncle Sam, take your pen and paper. We can come back. Uncle Sam, we can come back to it. I'm begging you. It take away the message to our audience. Please.
No, it doesn't. What it does is it basically take away from the arguments of the Unity Party people on the platform, and you try to help them.
Let's talk about the issue of the Liberia National Police.
That's what you're trying to do. Why can't I explain my 2 minutes any way I want? Like I'm a crazy man. Okay, let me expand my 2
We will
minutes.
have crazy time. We will have crazy time. This time is the Labrador National Police time. Let's stick to it, please.
Okay, so since I have been obstructed in my delivery, I'll just say one thing. Look, Liberian people, fixing a country is not about words. It's about uprooting the decadence and the rottenness. And the police, the judiciary is rotten to the core. It's been rotten. It was rotten before the war, and after the war, there was reforms. But then it went back to its decadence. If you remember, under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, Joe Walker administration, a Korean businessman, you remember that Isaac Doe, and you remember that Conor Gray, and you remember that $500,000 was stolen from them by the NSA and the people at the Ministry of Justice, and they used some of the money to build a fence at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf house. Fandala, you remember that? You remember that, right?
Yes.
So, Buster is somebody I respect. Buster is your IG, Gregory Coleman. Gregory Coleman, if you want to be, because every time this thing happens, the reason why Ghana and other countries, because the police themselves are not involved in these kind of activities. The police themselves. It is people like the Black Money Boys and all of those crap people there who take business people money, and then the police will come, investigate, and make sure the people get their money back and put the people in jail. But if the police themselves, somebody who calls himself chief of the organized crime unit, be involved in taking money from an investor, this does not augur well for the country, for investors, and for the government. The government. This, for Christ's sake, this is supposed to be a rescue government. This shouldn't be happening. And the police, a hierarchy of a rescue government. It looks too bad. So, Gregory, do something quickly to save your name and save the name of Joseph M. Boyka, who came to rescue the people of Liberia. Don't take this to be one of the make this is there, because this is bad. That a police senior officer in the hierarchy will be involved in this kind of molestation of an investor. It's bad. So I hope within the next 24 to 48 hours, we hear something from Buster. And then, of course, like my colleague said, he should stay away from TikTok, and I think he should. I rest my case on that.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me bring in Fadiga, please. Fadiga, talk to us.
Well, Stanton, this is disheartening. Whenever I hear law enforcement engaging in anything like this, it's disturbing. But that is it has almost been normalized in this country. I don't think it's unique to this current administration. It's just a rotten system across the law enforcement in this country, and I don't know. There are some things that we have to really want to change things to be able to change things. Some of these things require new ideas, fresh mindset, but I don't think we have the appetite to want to change some of these things, to be honest. Because I'm tired of seeing the level of unprofessionalism and nothing gets done. All we do in this country is charade. And then when you try to do something, they gang up against you and cancel you. That's the system. That's how we want it. I mean, it's so annoying. I don't even know what to say about it. But this is the culture that we have created. It takes leadership. It takes the willpower to want to do this, and I don't see that. So for people, look, criminality in this country is organized crime. No one person steals in this country. It's for the court. It's from law enforcement. Because one of the things that I couldn't understand is, why is the police involved? I thought this was something that mining, Lansing Mines have inspected. I don't know. I really don't know who have oversight over that kind of investigation, but I'm a little shocked. People steal crime opportunities just to rampant in this country, and there's no consequences. So people do it, and they will lie about it. They will go to the system, they will waste your time, drag you, it will cost you more money than. Look, I see a lot of stupid things that just don't make sense, and we don't seem to want to find solution to it. It's annoying, but that's our Waterloo.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fadiga. Conor Gray.
Yeah, Stanton, I agree with most of the panelists that there's a total breakdown of law and order even within the national police, the institution that should be upholding law and order. Back in the day, Grady Allison will expel you from the military if you wore your baseball hat front, backwards. You lose your job just for doing that. And some of us went through under those kinds of rigorous discipline. If you were brought into the office of Grady Allison and charged with sort a grievous allegation that you robbed somebody that you're supposed to be protecting, not only are you going to lose your job, you're going to go to Bel for months. That's the kind of rigorous standard we want in law enforcement agency. And not time to be, I see a lot of dilly-dallying. That's why people have time to go on TikTok and all that stuff. Look, if you want an institution to institute discipline, law and order in the society, that institution must itself be very, very disciplined. How can you what are you going to say? You took $24,000 from these people. Firstly, the whole move was wrong. You understand? It was not commissioned. It was not something that were commissioned by the institution. This is just a group of individuals say, "Let go hustle," harass people and get money for that. Those are acts that should be dismissed, and people should go to jail for that. But we're going to go again somehow, and this Malva guy name keep popping up. Oh my God. I could not have been police commander and that guy still be there. I could care less. It will be in my office, it will be number one priority, and it will be disrobed publicly if I found that he's culpable for some of these acts. Because you know what? You want to send out a shot to those who will see this as a pathway to them getting rich. But again, we're going to balance it the same way and then go by our business and say, well, that guy don't know what he's talking about. But yes, Stanton, this is bringing a bad image in our country. And I don't like how it sounds, let alone if I had the decision to make a decision, man, definitely this will send a caveat to those who are intending to get rich through those kinds of ways.
Colonel Gray, thank you very much. Dr. Poplar.
So Stanton, I actually wanted to hear what VP had to say. I'm interested in the piece he wants to add, but I guess we'll hear when I'm done. So here's what I will say. Obviously, like all the other panelists said correctly, this is unfortunate. Crime of any type is not helpful. But for us in the context of, development, economic advancement and investment, these particular crimes are not helpful. So what has happened. We don't know all of the story yet. Councillor Gould was on. He's a very learned lawyer. I'm sure we'll hear more. But here's what I would say. From the police perspective, I hope IG Coleman and his team will move quickly to investigate and let the public know the outcome. Yes, why? Because it affects investor confidence. So when you do these things, you do it quickly but correctly, and you put the facts out to the public, It helps us feel better. It helps foreign investors feel safer. Okay, because remember, risky environment are not attractive to investors. And when they do come in very risky environment, they mark up the prices so high that it makes it difficult for local people to invest and purchase. So please, I hope that as we move in this, that the police leadership will move quickly so that the public will know what really happened.
Thank you. Let me say my piece and we can bring in VP. And I know Dr. Richardson want to add to this ballot person. I'm having a lot of videos. I just posted one in our chat room about ballot. As of today, we can inform the nation that a civilian involved in this. Mr. Eduardo, you were speaking to that. He's in prison, but a ballot person is not pending. He's not. So I hope the Labrador National Police can speak to this. Now, this is the man. He was caught. They rough him up, like you heard from Vendetta Patrick and the lawyer. The handcuff mark all on his hand. This is his document. The Labrador Business Registry. They have a legitimate business. It's not expired. As you can see, all these things we will share with you. His permit receipt when they enter the country. This is the resident permit. Okay, this is same as the ballot. I just asked Damon to share the video that we have in our possession, the behavior and attitude of Sangbala. Sangbala served in the past government, as I was told, and we have document, and we'll be sharing those documents. It is important for us to ask Gregory Coleman tonight. Have you spoken to Sangbala? What action have you taken? Is he off the decks? What restriction have you given him? The man entered the place for 24,000. The man left for 8,005. Where is the man money? What are we saying happened? And people from the Labrador National Police said there is no information about this story. Most of them just hearing it from Spoon Network. Who's covering what? And that's the reason why we will crawl, we will run, we will walk just to come on the show. While there is no information, while the civilian will go to jail, but Sangbala will be sitting on the decks. They went in with 24 million and only 24,000 and only 8,000 to walk out with. What is happening with the Labrador National Police? Why is Sangbala still there? Who is he to Gregory Coleman? Again, we will not put this on Gregory because when I spoke to Gregory, he said, we have received the information. I will be brief. But then it passed 24 hours. What is going on? The nation needs to know. Investors have been robbed. They have been beaten. And this is concerning. As I said, the information have gone to the executive mansion, and I believe people involved will have to investigate these information. But why would this guy Sangbala be so troublesome? Why is he there running things? Why is he there if the allegations are true? Why is he running things under the nose of Gregory Coleman? I'm going to leave that with you till we can get to you on the phone line. Why is there any the exception given to Sangbala and everything surrounding Sangbala? Why is he still there today? I will go to you, Fandela Patrick. You can tell the rest of the story. I hope that people understood us, and it is important for us to do this before we miss the okra wave, the Kasawadi. Now, it's all yours, Fandela Patrick. Tell the other side of this story, sir.
So quickly, I'll be brief. I know many of the panelists have already gone through. Somebody was asking for the name of the hotel. It's called the Lifestyle Luxury Hotel. I think is on Ralphie Highway. Very beautiful area. So just in case you want to find a beautiful hotel in this country, it could be a place. Because when I saw the place, I was like, oh wow, that is where the information. No, they're not promotion. I mean, I have to explain in depth. It's a beautiful place, trust me. So what I'm saying is that the security resisted the arrest.
they agitated while they were taking their client, and they wanted to know, but they pulled them out, they cuffed them. And I think the management of Lifestyle or Luxury Hotel need to beef up its security. I think they needed to have called the requisite authority from the Liberia National Police to be present to protect, people who go there to sleep. But I think the lawyer did not do justice. I know him very well. He and I just chatted. If he claimed to protect his clients, why he sat there when the chief of Okona's crime demanded 5,000 United States dollars to be paid, he put up no resistance. Beyond that, he also received 1,000 United States dollars that night. A good lawyer will resist. If you know, it means in my mind that justice was bought. You cannot be a lawyer and your clients are in distress. And they are demanding, and the criminals, that criminal was demanding 5,000 United States dollars before they can go. A good lawyer will resist. A good lawyer will call the requisite authority. A good lawyer will never allow his or her client to bribe their way through if they know they didn't commit no crime. To the extent that the clients were refusing, he insisted they should pay. And he got 1,000. Stanton, I gave you the number of one of them. Please call to confirm. This is wrong. And this is how lawyers in this country, they got some good lawyers, they got some bad ones. And Lafia Orejogu is one of those bad lawyers. He's wicked. And I'm going to ensure that those investors, they will terminate his contract. He did not protect them. That's why I just told him he did not protect them. We should be talking, where is the 13.5K? Before we can even go forward, they should bring these people money back. In fact, as of today, they relocated to another location. They left Lifestyle Luxury Hotel. Today, they relocated. So that hotel lost clients.
So let me ask you a question very quick. We're going to call Councilor Good to speak for himself. One, you say he took $1,000 from.
I was told when I had a conversation with them, they were frustrated. You could see.
So you said he took $1,000, right?
Yes, they gave him 1,000.
And the 5,000 is about what?
5,000 US. And when they refused, after this guy demanded 5,000 as a precondition to releasing them, the people said, "No, we can't give you the money."
Okay,
and
so I want to talk about this real quick. Councilor Good took 1,000 from them.
Yes, they gave it to him. He requested to give it to him.
For what?
I don't know.
Okay, the second one, the 5,000 was for what?
To buy their way, because the guy demanded that before they can let them go, they have to pay 5,000 United States dollars.
Okay,
and the guy
so let me call Councilor Good. Let me.
So Mandela, did they pay the 5,000?
They paid. No, listen now. This is how it happened. They took $24,000 from in the apartment because they are just taking the money to pay their expenses.
So I get a councilor on. Fandela, thank you very much. Councilor, again, thank you for calling on these 1,000 and 5,000 question. Go ahead, sir. You're live.
Look, again, I want to say, Vandela, the facts are coming to you from hearsay sources. And so you have some of the facts and you don't have all. When you take to the case and try to castigate someone whom you have known all these years, then it's not, this is not advocacy. Law is a bit different. First thing, what you are saying that I allow my clients, if I allow my clients to pay $5,000, then I will have no issue and I won't be raising all these contentions and coming on phone to make all of these clarities, because then it would have been a settled matter. No, I did not, and you would not hear that from the clients. In fact, we were two lawyers who went on the scene. I was extremely upset that night, and my colleague, Councilor Kozi, was talking to me, to calm down a bit. In fact, I was threatening to go Facebook Live. Some of the officers who were professionals came and said, oh, well, you don't want to do this, and they stopped me out of this. And I walked into the cold cases office to cool off because I was a bit enraged, and lawyers are not supposed to be that way. But I was a bit enraged because I didn't like what I was witnessing. And then my colleague came to me and said, look, this thing is all over. If we hang around here, the money will continue to get short and all of that. So I got up immediately and went and said, now, what are you doing? Are you taking the clients down to the cell, or you will let us have them and take them and bring them when you need them? They said, well, you can sign for them. And I think they had a senior police officer say you can sign for them. Then my colleague drafted the promissory note, and I said, well, let me reference it too, and then we signed and walked. So we did not allow anybody to take any money in our presence for the release. That's untrue. Secondly, when the clients came out of the police station, they went with my colleague lawyer in his car, along with few things they had. I had gone to the police station accompanied with my wife. So we drove, and midway after we left the police station, they called back and said, can you stop to La Oven Bakery? We stopped to La Oven Bakery, and the client said, look, in appreciation for getting out in the night, this is $1,000. I had already left them. So this is not about, you trying to get the facts twisted. That's not it. And by the way, lawyers do get paid, but I didn't get paid at the police station. They can say midway, let's stop and let's give you something. Because, in fact, that was our first interaction on the day, not in the physical presence on the day, because they had spoken to a gentleman who talked to them on the phone, and I spoke with them, and we talked about all the things they wanted to do. They were making an appointment to come to the office, and then this occurred in the night, so I had to run to the aid. So that's what happened.
So can you talk to us, Counselor? Can you talk to us about the 5,000 in question? Were they in it 5,000? Talk about.
No, there was no discussion about 5,000 to our knowledge. I got enraged that, first of all, the man was saying, my client had said that he had come to the police station with 2,000, and there was some, I think, 12,200 there. And so I was very enraged about that. So some officers of the police took me into another office. And then later on, Sam Bella came there and said, you're yelling and you're there. I said, because this thing will embarrass our country. And, normally I won't do this, but this is not. Then they finally came and said, let's go ahead and have you sign for your clients. By the time we left, the money had nobody discussed about taking any 5,000 for the relief. I had felt that they had given us the clients because of the way we were protesting and how this thing would have turned out. Only now for me to find out that they pay 5,000 and all of that is not to our knowledge.
Okay, so
why would I want the
when we say that they
pay me $1,000? Does it make any sense? Do I look like a Superman? I'm a professional lawyer. I would take $1,000 and then let somebody scam them 5,000. Does it make any sense to me?
So, Councilor, so was the 1,000 your pay, or it was an appreciation?
Well, look, they had said they've called me, and we stopped at La Oven. So if you know where La Oven is, somewhere around 14th Street. They had left the police station driving with my colleague lawyer. And midway, I received the call, and they said, can we stop to La Oven? So I stopped there, and in 2 minutes, they handed me $1,000 to say thank you for getting up in the night to come to our aid. I said, okay, let's talk tomorrow with the other partners. And they said, okay. And in the next day, we spoke, begin to try to process other stuff that we're trying to do for them to operate in the country.
Thank you,
So,
Councillor.
I mean, to castigate me in this manner is quite unfortunate, Vandela. This is not advocacy, you know. Approaching the law is another, you know, a method that you use. So, I mean, if you choose to castigate somebody that you're doing, it's
No. Councillor Go, let me get close on it before you leave. I have no business coming here. And let me be on the record. Stanton, I give you the number of the investor WhatsApp. If that investor said they did not pay $5,000 US to the police as a condition to leave, I'll leave the show. I will never come here.
But that's not the question. Did they pay it? Did they pay it to Councillor Good or they pay it to the police?
I said no. I didn't say they pay it to him.
Okay.
When they insisted that they are not paying because they were still agitating that they committed no crime, and the guy that you get posted his photo, he said before you go home, you must pay $5,000. And as a lawyer who came to protect his client, he was there. This guy demanded $5,000. That if they don't pay the $5,000, they will not go. So I'm telling you, you know, Stanton.
I would not have Stanton that kind of foolishness. I would not have accepted that.
Stanton, let us not be.
Thank you, Councillor.
They took it, but they could not have told us that, and we would not have accepted that. I was with my colleague, Councillor Kossi, so we would not have accepted that. In fact, call them and find out who made the most noise over there, who was very enraged.
No, Council is not about making noise. The thing you did not protect the client. Number one, you cannot be a lawyer.
Councillor Good, thank you very much for calling for the second time. We appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. All right, Frandetta, let's finish with you, Frandetta.
Yeah, you see, I don't like for people to tell me I blackmail. I've been in activism for almost 15 years. There's absolutely no one in this country to say Fandela collected money to blackmail people. No, sometimes most of my advocacies are indoor. If I have an issue with you, I confront you. But on this one, when they were in distress, I met these people. I sat with them. Stanton, I don't want to be talking so I appear like a liar. Call them so you can listen to them.
You have the number. Can you call them?
Can
you please call them?
I will have to seek their permission whether to come on the air.
No, just talk to them. Then you let me know, please.
No, but I spoke with them. I spoke with them yesterday. I sat with them.
Can you call them and ask them if they want to just speak to this?
No, I don't want to be the one to do that. You should do it. You should be an independent ballot because it will still be coming from me.
All right. So, okay. Can you please send a number to Damo, please? Drop it in the chat room. Damo will call them. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move to the other story for today. Dr. Richardson, let's do 30 seconds each. We can use this 30 seconds in 3 minutes. We're backing everybody. We got to talk about Samuel Twe, IMF report, and we got to talk about the UN permanent representative Sarah. She said she resigned. Another group saying she was recalled, and we hope we can get to that story because I have both letters. But Dr. Richardson, as horrible as this is, people text me and say, why up to now Gregory Comer have not spoken on this Sam Bada issue? Talk to me, ma'am.
I'm very concerned. I believe someone on the panel said that Gregory Comer should act now and fast. That's important that he gets involved. And I don't know why he has not acted on this Balamans issue. I just can't imagine that many of you argue that the president is out in Italy pitching for Liberia, pitching that we get investors to come to Liberia, pitching for money. And yeah, he is doing that. And on the other hand, we got stories that involve the people who are supposed to serve and protect the Liberian people into this kind of allegations, So the only thing I can say is Gregory Comer needs to act fast. Regarding this R2, they called him this Balaman. The reason why I'm concerned because this young woman, and I'll be quick, who, you know, she wanted to return to Liberia. She spent many years, you know, saving up her money. She did go home, open a great restaurant. I have not been there, but my colleagues, and I know people who have been there, said that it was running well. Mr. Bala, R2, owns a security firm, and this young woman contracted with him to watch her building when she's, you know, in business and not in business. About maybe a couple of days ago, she got a call that the building was on fire. It turned out that the police personnel that Mr. Bayer hired, they were the one who put the building on fire. They stole things from her. There's her big screen TV, you know, the chairs, some of the things, even dry meat, they stole it, and all of that stuff, and kind of made a scene like, you know, it was a crime, but they were involved. So you will hear her story. She's coming, actually, we're making an arrangement for her to come on, you know, Spoon Talk Business. But that's why I'm a little bit concerned about this. But if this guy is in the police force, he's R2, and Gregory Coleman is not investigating him now and acting now on these guys, it's kind of scary. We cannot have a president out there pitching for investors to come to Liberia, and at the same time, we are not taking our security important. Liberians are equally important. There was a Liberian Johnson that was involved. I think that's the Johnson man saying that he said that's in jail. However, this R2, this policeman, seems to be out in the public. So we are equally responsible for our security, just as well as the people who lead us are responsible for our security. So I just wanted to add that.
I mean, that story just adding up value on the video I share, and the other story that folks are reaching out to us on Sam Bala, but we'll wait for Gregory Coleman to speak on this, because these developing stories coming with these major allegations are seriously concerning. Mr. Dwalu, your 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, Senator, let's establish a few things. Is it normal in Liberia for police officers, Senator, can you mute, please, for police officers to request money from victims or from supposedly criminal that they've arrested? Yes. Is it normal for lawyers to take money off the record? Yes. Is it illegal for lawyers to take money off the record? Yes. Lawyers should be taking money on the record with documentation to substantiate that they're taking the money for what we purpose they're taking that money. We have to stop this where people say, oh, the people give me small thing. Look, Stanton, my only thing I cry for is to build institutions to guide the governance process in Liberia. If we don't build those institutions, this thing will continue. But let me say this also. For you people in the country, when people take their sweat, they bring it to Liberia to come invest into the country, and you'll be playing inside, you're burdening yourselves. The country, people will not come to our country if we continue to do this. There is this saying in Liberia, saying, but you know my money, I'm a power farm. Let me tell you, the people you're eating here, that you're power farm. The people they pay you at your power farm. Your power may not get farm. You may get your farm through Samuel Jackson, through Dwalu. Your farm doesn't that be. When we continue to do this, we're destroying us. But Stanton, it is very normal, and everybody on the platform knows it. Everybody who's listening knows this, that it's normal for police to request money from you in order to do what they're supposed to do. This is normal. This is, everybody knows.
But it's illegal. You say it's normal, like it's legal.
It is not legal, but it's very normal.
But you say because we're making normal, it doesn't mean it's legal, though.
I agree.
In Liberia.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be clear, because when you say it's normal, people will change their number, say to legal.
No, I agree. Thank you for the clarity. Yeah. Yes, it's not legal, but we all know. So the point I'm trying to make is when somebody try to deny it, they try to deny the truth. And the truth in Liberia, if they found me with $50,000 US today at the airport, I would not reach home with more, even 20,000. I'm not reaching with it.
Jackie, do we have an organized crime group in the Liberia National Police? With all this report coming on now, how embarrassing this is for Gregory Coleman at the Liberia National Police.
Very embarrassing. Stanton, I look on what's his name, Bala Facebook page, and it shows that he was appointed by the previous IG, Patrick Suru, in September of 2019 or sometime in 2019 in this position, and where he serves as Deputy Chief of General Crime Section. So yes, we do have that unit, and it is so unfortunate that somebody with this status, this title, this function would be implicated in something like this. And I hope he's suspended until further notice when the IG has completed his investigation.
Thank you very much. If the information reaching us is true, if this information, and we're going to confirm this shortly, that Sam Bala should be in jail, if this is true. But otherwise, it is unconfirmed report. Again, how embarrassing this is for Gregory Coleman and the Liberia National Police, Minister Isidore.
Very embarrassing. Not just embarrassing, very shaming as well. And it is unfortunate that our friends will do everything in their power to look who appointed who, which administration, where the person came from. And that's where you have even more questions to answer. How is said now that this Ballard man was appointed some year because that George Weah appointed him? He didn't do anything he's doing now, but only waited for you now to do it today.
You can't say that.
No, I know.
Anything.
Thank you.
Come again?
You can't say that he didn't do anything now. You can't say that.
Okay, please tell me what I should say.
Because we got information on what he did before.
Yes,
and I just don't want us to go there. I'm going to put it in the chat from
We
a big
don't know.
allegation.
We don't know what he did or did not do.
Yeah, he went to court and all. We have that. He went to criminal court C and all. This same bad guy.
Hold on, Dr. Richard, what you want me to say? Dr. Richardson is talking about an issue where he said somebody hired him from. And I'm not sure which year you're talking about that. So, but what you want me to say? Tell me so I can say it.
I said that you cannot say that he didn't do anything until now. He didn't do anything during CDC comment. That's why I want you to say. You don't know.
Okay, wait now. Let's do it small. So I cannot say he did. That go word for word. I will say.
I mean, your time finishing.
Problem comprehending. I don't. So if you didn't get it,
no, we're not going there. I said, please take your time to talk. Please go ahead.
I said, we don't even know what we're talking here. Like you lost from the whole issue.
You know,
okay, guys, Dr. Richardson.
One by one on this panel, they will tell me there's
Okay, guys, let's move ahead, Dr. Richardson.
They didn't do any crime in CDC comment, and I said you don't know that. That's why.
And I think I agree with you, Dr. Richardson. The correct answer do that we have sufficient. Hold on now, Dr. Richardson, wait now, please. That we have sufficient document from CDC. Dr. Richardson, please, we have to move on. I think Isidore, you can go ahead and talk your own, please. Go ahead.
So, you are talking like you totally lost.
Okay, Isidore, that's enough. Let's go ahead.
I am here telling you what I'm saying, and you there telling me I shouldn't say what I'm saying, that I should say what you say. You come and say what you want to say.
Isidore, let's go ahead to the issue, please. No, let's go ahead to the issue. We're done. We passed.
So let me continue what I want to say. You can say your own that you want to say. You are not the teacher.
You're going to mislead the public.
So guys, then I will have to mute you guys both. I will have to mute you guys both for us to go ahead since you won't be personal. Okay, all right. So let me mute you guys both. Uncle Sam, can we go ahead with you, Uncle Sam? Can you please come in? All right. No, guys. We will not take that route, please. We have to move on. Dr. Richardson, we have to move on. Isidore, I don't want to put you in the back. I beg you, that's enough. Uncle Sam, please come in. Let's let it go.
No, I
gotta address the issue.
I gotta have my minutes.
Exactly, but not address the issue. Forget about Dr. Richardson now. And let's move on. You have said enough. Let's move on, please.
Doesn't make sense. Okay.
So let's move Let's move to this issue.
I will hold everybody hold their peace. Let me say my thing.
Go ahead, Isidore. Speak to the issue. Isidore, go ahead.
Let me continue. Our friends here want to make it about who appointed the man where. Even when he was appointed during George Weah time, there is absolutely no record of him going to rob any investor. Will he wait for these people now before he want to engage into it? Then you should ask yourself more questions. Where is the leadership? Why is said that he will only wait for 2024 before he goes to rob any investor of money? Why did he do it from 2029 all the way to 2023. And the best you want to do is to bring some Jacko talk about what he did before. Nobody talking about it. Everybody here did things. We are talking about a specific incident. And I'm saying, why is it he has not done any of this before? Jackie wants to come and say, oh, you are appointed doing George Reactor. So what? We are talking about the current police activities today. Look at the country. Look at the issue of crime. Look at armed robbery. Look at what is going on in Liberia. You should be concerned of what is happening in Liberia today. And you want to go to who appointed who when the person served their term with no such record with them. Only today, it should be an embarrassment at all. And I thought Vadala Patrick said it well. He said it very well. And that's the same thing. I will end on this again. The IG should stop being a TikTok influencer. He is not a TikToker. He should be the IG of the National Police fighting crime and not getting followers.
Thank you, Asado. Let me say this, Uncle Sam, before we come to you. Sam Bada, the gentleman in question, I don't know the reason why Gregor Coleman brought him back. So anything NSCDC here is saying, well, I think they are 100% right. 2015, allegation of armed robbery. It's there. He went to the court. Criminal Code D. He went there. This is an embarrassment. This year, few months back, the same that I got the allegation that he detained a little boy for almost 3 months, put him into a secure place. His record is coming up. Within the CDC government from 2017, 18, up to 2023, he has records. So maybe I said, don't know about this man's record. I'm not going to put it on you. But the question remains. Let me finish. I beg you, let me finish, I said, though. But the question remains, I beg you, I said, let me finish. The question remains, I think this is on Gregor Coleman. Gregor Coleman is my friend, Fadika, and you know that he's a friend. He will come on the show, but I think this is the poor judgment of Gregor Coleman. With this huge record on Sam Bala, this guy, why you should bring this embarrassment to yourself? Now he have organized folks, civilian and non-civilian, to go rob, harass, hijack, and take money from people. These allegations is big. So if the people are asking if this is an embarrassment, I think Gregor Coleman should address this. I think the police IG should answer to the justice minister. Should answer to folks involved. Why brought him? Why? You brought him back. Why? Why you brought him back? And look at this big embarrassment. So now Pandora's box has opened, whether it was Madam Sally's time, whether it was George Banaway time, whether it's Joseph Boyka time, this guy is a bad character for the decency of the Liberia National Police. That calls spade a spade. I don't blame the leadership of Madam Salif or Joia or this. I blame Gregory Coleman today for bringing him back. And it's an embarrassment to Gregory Coleman, and it's an embarrassment to the Liberia National Police. Speak to us, Uncle Sam, Mr. Fadika, Conor Gray, and our Dr. Booklet.
Look, this is very damaging. And sitting here, I'm a victim of Liberian law enforcement. I had a gas station, and I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, when I hear the surrogates of the Unity Party saying I could not manage a gas station, I brought like $500,000 to Liberia. Go ask my banker, John B.S. Davis. My money, my own money, I invested in Liberia. And I put in management there to manage my gas station. When you open a McDonald's franchise, or Burger King franchise, or Taco Bell, you don't manage it yourself. You pay people to manage it. And this Total, when I bought 10,000 gallons of gas, Stanton, they will put 3,000 gallons in and divert 7,000. They did that over a period of 3 months. I lost 90,000 in the first 3 months. And when it went to 6 months, I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I had my bond pledged with my bank. That's when I get so freaking pissed off when some idiots say I couldn't manage the business, but I was able to earn more than $500,000 and bring it to Liberia through my bank. LPD, I go ask John Davis. Liberia, and the evidence that was presented to the county attorney's office was stolen. The defendant bribed the county attorney office and stole their evidence. $500,000. This happened in like 2011, 2012. Liberia is rotting. You talk about American investments to come to Liberia? Dwello? You know that trillions of dollars of American money looking for a place to go, it's not going to come to Liberia. The kind of point you have in Liberia, I don't kind of point that I go to the hotel that will buy gold and bring a scale. That's it. You're not going to get no real money. Where I'm sitting out here today, people that I'm connected with, if Liberia get a good in terms of the de-risking and the security, political, all kind of risk go up, we can get money from here. You got the same money where I earned from here years ago. We can find some people to bring that money to Liberia. But you know what I mean? Your judiciary system is rotten. The rescue government supposed to uproot it, decapitate the organized criminals in our country. That's the only way Liberia is going to go anyway. That's it. It doesn't matter whether it was George Weah or whether it was Ellen Salif. The system is rotten. It's decadent. And look at what Francine said about her friend. Where the security guards fake arson to steal from the woman and no one is in jail. Come on, guys, man. This is not a country. This is an organized criminal gang that we are running, man. I'm sorry to say that.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Now let's close up on this, Fadiga. Talk to us.
Look, I don't blame Isaac, and I certainly don't blame Uncle Sam. He says some things that are true, but I hope Gregory will settle things and do something. I want to talk on something else. I know this would come as a surprise to many of you, but Stanton, it has been over a year since we embarked on this journey to rescue Liberia. I've been an integral part of this program. We have served our people well. We've won this election, and I look forward to coming here every day. It has been a part of my life. But I didn't want to break the news in the chat room. I didn't want to But I want to say today, thank you for having me on this platform. I really enjoy my time here, and if I could do it again, I would do it. But today will be my last day on the Spoon Talk. I will miss you guys. Whenever I can, I will come. But because of personal, family reason and work reason, I won't be able to continue on the show. I'm going to spend more time in our public diplomacy, where I can, serve the country in a different way. Promoting Liberia culture and rich heritage, something that I can do when I'm in. I have to be apolitical. I have to be able to be balanced. I have to be sedition, unity partisan, ANC folks. I have to be just an ordinary Liberian. And I think I can better serve in that role than engage in partisan bickering. I love it. I love the fight. I love the drama in the chat room, on the set. But the reason I had it close to my chest, I think I told a few people that I want to do it, was because I know we have become a family in that chat room. We have become a family on this show. We can fight and do everything, but at this point, I just, there's a saying by Professor Patrice Oluma, or what? He said that a good dancer must know when to leave the stage. He said whenever you stay too long, you are messed up. I think I'm better useful somewhere else. Then I will use my time for something.
It's a diplomatic speech to say you got a job. As a diplomatic speech to say you got a job. Just tell all
No.
That long thing talking
Dr. Bobler, boy, you like tell you 1 million flower with me.
Leave the rest with me, I would say. But Fadiga, thank you very much.
I will miss you guys, but you know you can never leave from. I will never leave. Whenever I have something to say, I will always channel in it. But it's just that I just can't be active anymore. But I will miss you guys. So tonight, we want to fight. You can throw it at me. I'm ready for Asia. I'm ready for all.
All right, thank you, Fadiga. Let's continue. We'll do that at the closing of the show. Again, we give you our best, statement. We saw this coming. We had a brief conversation on it from the other end, so it wasn't surprising. Again, I want to say we will deal with you accordingly prior to making this your last night. Again, let me come to you, Conagray, on this issue. Let's close on now. We make a call to the Vietnamese or Chinese. They cannot come on the show. They cannot speak. But I'm going to make a call to them and they make some acknowledgement. So, Conagray, I want us to close on the story and go on the last story real quick. Total embarrassment for the Liberia National Police. You're a military man. You're in the security center. Talk to us, sir.
Stanton, firstly, I look at the gentleman who spared in that kind of Herculean task within the National Police using Gmail. I hope Gregory Coleman can be more modern and to know that you compromise national security, especially in this cyber warfare space that we occupy as humans. For you to seed your those kinds of information to a Gmail that is open to scrutiny by other individuals looking in. That's the first mistake. I would have established a Liberian National Police own website and email system so that we have control over what goes into a server. This guy has the capacity to erase any, dying evidence that we need. That's the first thing. So I hope going to TikTok is great, but try to modernize the police in ways that we can see that there is tangible improvement on national. It's time to start critiquing the leadership. All that merrymaking and dancing, woo and blah blah. It's finished now. We're coming to start scrutinizing people professionalism. I gave him a 0 if we stay using Gmail in this day and age. And then you got a guy there whose name is popping up everywhere, and and nothing has been said about him. One of the most crucial parts of our national justice system that we need to, the starting point is the national police. They gather evidence, they make up the case and send it before the law. If that is a weaker link right now that I'm looking at, I'm not saying this because we just want to criticize people, but when you start having some rotten apples, whether there is good thing to retain certain people in certain position, but remember, anybody that stands to ridicule, to bring the institution into disrepute, you must have keen eyes on that individual. But I think Gregory here is slowing down a little bit on this guy. Maybe there's a personal connection, I don't know, but that's not our role to determine that. But you know what? This guy is going to soil his organization, regardless of what he has done. Once people start complaining at this level, and even I hope the issue about what transpired with Horatio Gould and others can be brought forward to the ethics committee of our legal body, so that we can, the Bar Association can come and take a tweak into that. Look, Liberia will not go forward if we don't have a justice system. That's why brother war, we should not allow it to prevail. Fast forward for people to take the law in their own hand, raid people, cajole that. That's criminal gangs.
Thank you.
Yeah, my brother.
Thank you, Dr. Bobler. Please finish up on this. We're done with this for now, Dr. Bobler. Oh, you spoke, right, Dr. Bobler? You spoke on this?
Yeah.
Right, Dr. Bobler?
No. So My main thing is simply that the IG and his people will do their diligence. These matters should not drag. They should be dealt with promptly and properly. So he's there. He knows the gentleman, on his force and the people involved. So we will hope that these things will be given priority in terms of investigation, the swiftness of it, and the conclusiveness. So we'll look to see what comes from there.
Thank you, Dr. Poplar. So again, we'll just close up on this Samuel 12 statement. We out of time. Again, I will bring to you the letter of resignation by Sarah from the permanent mission of the UN. The record, the appointment, and her resignation. We got 3 different letters. Okay, so which one is which? She was recalled to be reassigned, she rejected it, and she resigned. So whatever the case may be, we can discuss it tomorrow. You guys read Samuel 12 statement about harmonization, about the IMF. Real quick, let me ask you guys, what's your own position? Because for me, I'm not an economic guy. I don't know the math well. You can tell me what you think. IMF, harmonization, getting the money, not getting the money. We would just spend our time on this real quick because we gotta go. Dr. Richardson, I believe it was something in the chat room today that was going crazy for everybody. What say you? Samuel 12 harmonization and the IMF compared to Augustine Gafwan and the current situation the country is in.
Well, Samuel 12 is facing charges of economic sabotage, fraudulent behavior, corruption, and what have you. So I'm waiting for his case to unfold. But the issue is, he said that he harmonized pay in the country, civil servants pay in the country. And, our government, this government, I'm sorry, is saying that they are taking away ghost employees in order to balance out the pay system in the country. I think that once this government has some kind of projection, a timeline as to how they're going to make sure that people are being paid equally, cut down waste, make sure that they reduce the salary of public servants in the country, like especially elected officials. I think the issue of harmonization will come, will be okay. But they have to kind of have a timeline in so doing. So I really don't want to speak on Samuel 12 issue because he's sanctioned. He's been charged with economic sabotage. So I don't know. I don't take his words seriously anymore. So that's my point on that.
I'm kind of confused if you don't take his words serious. Is the argument that whole word that Rich is saying that harmonization would not be taken? Augustine Gafwan cannot remove harmonization. It will collapse the government. You make sense of it though.
It's not making what Samuel 12 is arguing. And Jackie made a beautiful argument today. She said when Ellen Johnson left, she left $270 million. That's how much the amount that civil servant was taking home. And then Samuel 12 now come in and saying that it's higher than that. What he saw there was higher. So it's not making sense to me at all. And there were many ways we heard how the payroll was padded. Many ways we heard how this payroll was padded. We heard that the payroll was padded because people got multiple SIM cards and they were collecting money based on getting mobile money paid to them. So there's a lot of this to be explained. But all I do know that yes, this government can work on harmonization. They can work on setting a timeline.
Do you think the government can do it with harmonization?
I do believe that. I think this was a lie that Samuel 12 told the people. And I heard this lie when I was in Liberia before. A lot of the government officials were saying, "Oh, the IMF made us harmonized." The IMF, that's what they said. The IMF made us harmonized. I don't believe that at all. I think that they harmonized because they wanted to find a way to pad the civil servants' budget.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Duado, the same argument, the same from the chat room. What say you? Summit 12 harmonization, Summit 12 IMF.
Stanton, let me say this first and foremost. Like, remember, Summit 12 has zero harmonization. Let's start using that word. That's not what he did. The CDC administration had a liquor table economic policy to boost President William morale. It was not harmonization. This is what happened. How people must understand what happened. First of all, you're not getting rid of anything because it doesn't even exist to begin with. Clearing the payroll is much more of a better economic policy because the payroll was part of where I said daughter and girlfriend, 15 girlfriend were put on the payroll. They expanded the payroll. First of all, when Summit 12 said they quote unquote harmonized, which it didn't, because it was not an economic policy. It was a way to boost President William's morale. What they did was they expanded the payroll. Initially, I think the payroll is around $23 million a month. After the harmonization, it went to close to $30 million a month. This was the harmonization. So you can get away with it. This is what can happen. Those 10. If you have one person in the location, and that person supposed to be one person that's supposed to be at a desk, President William put 3 people there because they had to fill that role. President Weah, if you listen to his interview, I think it was 5 weeks or 3 months into power, a BBC journalist came to Liberia and they asked him whether he's created a job. His argument was he created a job in the government by putting 5,000 additional people on the payroll in government. This is not a job creation that was that's supposed to be understood. President Weah didn't even know what he was talking about. Okay, we took an entire finance ministry, we give it to Summit 12. Summit 12 came to Liberia, you were counting cars in red light. Because you were part of CDT, the main finance minister. And they said, Paku, you strong. The entire finance ministry, this is the man we give it to. Who say harmonization. There was no such thing as harmonization. Clearing the payroll is a better economic policy than padding the payroll. And saying one more thing, I begin. And then don't more stand on here about what I make, if that way you're going to take us true, you're being crazy. Go ahead.
So let me ask you very quick though. You said there was no harmonization?
No, there was no harmonization. It was a liquor table economic policy by President Weah and Summit 12.
Which one did the IMF recognize? Liquor table boosting policy?
The IMF ain't recognizing anything. This is what the IMF recognize. The IMF have to respect what Liberia does. Liberia is a sovereign country. If you tell them this is a monkey tree to tree economic policy, that's what they're going to call it. Summit 12 called it harmonization because that's what they wanted to call it, but that's not what it was.
Thank you. Jackie, let me keep you for last. I see the sedition shaking their head. So let me go to Acid Doe, please. And we'll come to you, Jackie. Acid
Well, you can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern a country. 100 lies will never equal one truth. We are at the point of truth. You can write long book and talk plenty. The truth is always stubborn. Let's go to the core of what Summit 12 said. And the Liberian people, I don't want you to believe me or Summit 12. Please take your phone, go to Google, type imf.com/Liberia 2023 program, 2024 program. When you get the page, in the middle, you will see download document. Please download that document and read for yourself. In that document, IMF say United Party, when you're on the campaign, all that lying for you. Right now, we on governance now. No lying, they do the truth. So what the time to us, and let me put on the record. Speaker J. Fanatu Kufa have given me a consultancy to report to him ways by which government can or cannot undo harmonization. I got the numbers from Ministry of Finance, CSA, World Bank, and IMF. I did 3 scenarios I reported to him. I can tell you, government cannot. Let us first understand what is harmonization. Maybe people that hear the word, they know what I mean. Me, as I do, fact, I was a deputy minister, I was there. Before harmonization, my take-home salary was $4,600. Me, as I do, I say one person, me. After harmonization, my salary came to $3,500. So what harmonization did was to reduce the salaries of high earners and increase the salary of low earners. At Ministry of Youth and Sports, Before harmonization, the take-home pay was $43 United States dollars, youth and spouse, before harmonization. After harmonization, it was $147. Is that enough? I would say no. Was that something? I would say yes. So what did the IMF document say that Samuel Twelve spoke of today? Before you get in an IMF program, there are certain things you will have to agree to as a government. Based on those agreements, the IMF can then approve you for an extended credit facility. That does not mean you have the money. It only means you have the option to draw down from that. And disbursements to your government is on the basis of you certifying certain criteria. So one of the criteria that the government of President Joseph Boakai agreed to was to reduce the wage bill by 2024 December, the outturn of by 2024 to 6.3% of our nation's GDP. It's a big book. I will bring it down. The nation's GDP today.
You are under 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I also please let me
So
know. Our people need to understand it because
no, but we gotta go. We still got 4 individuals have not spoken, please.
The GDP is $4.3 billion today. It was $3.5 billion in 2021, and it went up to $4.3 billion under the CDC government. If you multiply 6.3% of that $4.3 billion, it means you will be having a payroll of around $270 million per year. As we speak today, the payroll as of today is passing 300 million. You cannot have 270 million by December when you already have about 300 million by October. You don't need to have PhD to make the sense. So what Samuel Twelve is saying, these people cannot, will not undo harmonization. Now let me quickly end and give credit to Nicafon, because we know, based on communication we have, that Nicafon has been asking the UP people, give me the numbers. Where are the numbers you were talking about? What you are giving me doesn't make sense. So now he is planning to re-invite IMF to tell them that the numbers you were giving were not maturing. It is not feasible. It is not.
Thank you, Isaac.
You know, this was a very good topic. I wish I had a little time. But again, to sum it up, my people, the government said they will have about 270 million as their salary outcome for 2024. As of today, they already get 300 million. You cannot get 270 million when you already have 300 million. It doesn't make sense, right? That's the reason why you can lie to win election. You cannot lie to govern a country.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. So, folks, the IMF, they are online, International Monetary Fund. You see the information, October 2024, request for the 40-month arrangement under the extended credit facility, press release. They are there. Read all. I think it's 7 pages. It's very, very interesting. Just go online, find it, read it, and be informed. One of the issues that was taken out, which is this, is on page 7, talking about slightly reduce the nominal wage bill compared to 2023 outturn. However, you can read this. They are there. It's very, very important for you to read it. I want to say, well, as we were closing, he said, well, we spoke to Gafwan. I don't know who in CDC spoke to Gafwan, but information reaching out, it was Samuel Twelve and Gafwan that spoke. And after Samuel Twelve and Gafwan spoke on this issue, Samuel Twelve went online and he wrote what he wrote, believing that Gafwan would call IMF and question and argue the case that was made by Boima Kamara and the rest of them. I'm not saying you telling me, I'm saying information reaching us. So again, let's just be right. If Samuel Twelve and Gafwan talking, former finance minister to current finance minister, then I don't know what's going on here. But for Samuel to go online when we investigated, they say yes, he spoke to Gafwan, and Gafwan said he was shocked because these numbers, they are ridiculous. He doesn't think it will hold water, and he's going back to IMF. I'm going to come to you, my dear sister Jackie, then we'll go to Uncle Sam, our brother Honorable Fadikat, Colonel Gray, and Dr. Poplar will take us home on this. Jackie?
Thank you so much, Stanton. The word harmonization in human resource term actually originated from the Ellen government, where as she was leaving office, there was a harmonization policy that was drafted. And what does that mean? It means to look at the fairness within the system, because you had civil servants who were going to school, graduating, coming up with new credentials, people with their various experience, their tenure, length of experience, and what have you. And some employees were questioning, hey, I have my new bachelor degree or my master's or my PhD. I've been making so and so. Can I be upgraded in the system? So there was a plan in place as Ellen was leaving office regarding this harmonization plan to reflect fairness within the system, and there was going to be a reform in the whole system. So that's where the word harmonization came from. Sam Toy came and he twisted it and turned it around and victimized those civil servants, those hardworking civil servants in government, which included his own CDC people. But here's what's very important. Sam Toy wrote what he wrote because of one reason and one reason only, and Dr. Francine reflected on it. This man was sanctioned last year for criminal behavior. Sam Toy is a known alleged criminal and fugitive of the Liberian government. So what happened when he was sanctioned? For corruption, for abusing public position through soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate the legislative process and public funding, including legislative reporting and mining sector activity. I didn't say that. The U.S. government said that. Let's fast forward to what Sam Toy did, starting with a 25 million mop-up exercise, all bringing all these people on the payroll and the ghosts and what have you, that led to them going, when they spent all the money and they look in the reserve and they found out that they had no more money to spend in a period of 1 year after they took office, they turned to the IMF, and the IMF said, what did you do to arrive to come to this place where you need our help now? And when the IMF started off with CBL, and when they looked and saw that the number of employees were more than double, quadruple, and they started looking at the Ministry of State, where 700 people were added, the IMF said, wait a minute, Sam Toy, wait a minute, CDC government, you guys are coming up us to help, but you guys spending money as though there is no tomorrow, adding people to the payroll. Take the wage bill back to where you made it when Ellen Johnson left government, which was around $290 million. Now, here's the thing. Can the harmonization be corrected? Yes, it will be corrected. You can rest assured that the real harmonization plan from Ellen time will be looked at. The so-called failed harmonization plan under George Weah, why they did what they did. There's Czar and Del Francis, who had his laptop just discriminately just going about and just reducing people payroll or any rhyme and reason. Line by line, this government will look at case by case, work with CSA, work with all the government line ministries and agencies to make the appropriate adjustment over time. It's not going to happen right away. And yes, why it's not going to happen right away. Liberian people, please listen. Sam Toy stole $6 million from the Financial Intelligence Authority that is currently under investigation by the Ministry of Justice. The 25 million mop-up exercise that we all know about. The failed harmonization, of course, $30 million last year. You asked them to, I wish he was on the show today, where they took a loan to fund the campaign. The campaign cost them the $2 million. Imagine what some of the $2 million could do to the civil servants last year. They went to Israel. and they got an Israeli bank to fund the campaign in the tune of $30 million, talking about they're going to build a poultry farm in Kirisburg. Your citizens, you go look to Kirisburg, you tell them to take your debt tomorrow and see if you see that poultry farm. But you know when the note is due on that $30 million is due starting next month. Sam Tower, at the end of the year, during the JPTT time, he said he needed $56 million for 2 months on salaries. Guess what Sam Tower took from the reserve? $83 million. Guess who has to pay that money back into the reserve? This government has to pay it back. There's something called the ECOWAS levy fees. Sam Tower took over $18 million. He owes ECOWAS today. 3% of non-ECOWAS trading charged. Half of it goes to ECOWAS, the other half goes to the Liberian government covers. Ask him to what he did with that money. Ask him what he did with the leakages from the LRA. Ask him to why the LNP is investigating him for Batiniswa death. The shame and embarrassment to the reason why Sam wrote in the name of colonization, because he was embarrassed, and calling on the Ministry of Justice to not let this no.
But thank you. We have to go. We have to go now, Jackie. Thank you very much. We'll come back.
Okay, give me 30 more seconds, 10 more seconds, 10 more seconds, please. This is the reason why Sam will continue to talk, because he is embarrassed. I want to call the Ministry of Justice to make sure that Sam pays for his sins and the things that he did to the Liberian people, not just the Liberian people, the sedition. On Kafwan, the current finance minister, I am hearing that he's supposed to be addressing the press sometime this year, sent on Spoon TV. Please, can we reach out to him to see if we can invite him on Spoon TV to correct some of those wrong information that's out there regarding the harmonization and regarding what finance ministry is doing, because right now they are under the budget period where the budget process, and we will see what will happen to deploying the wage bill when the budget is complete.
Thank you very much, Sis Jackie. Thank you. Good to have you on this topic. We want to bring in Uncle Sam P. Jackson. Uncle Sam.
My dear Liberians, you've heard the half-truths, the untruths, the prevarication, shrouded in a degree of confidence like it's an act. This is not Broadway. This is not Hollywood. This is reality. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what the reality is. I mean, you can act, you can speak passionately, you can emote, and people out there can believe because what? They're not sophisticated. But you're speaking to people on this panel who are sophisticated. The wage bill in 2006, when the UP government came into power, they were downsized and right-sized, but they took the wage bill from about $60 million up to $287 million in 2017. $287 million in 2017. Yes, the CDC went and bumped it up above $300 million. So in order to participate in the extended credit facility to bring fiscal balance that have been obstructed by the criminal cartel of the Unity Party government, the IMF recommended that the wage bill go below $300 to $297 million. Now, something in economics they call the nominal wage bill. The nominal wage bill is that the quantum of the public sector wage bill, all salaries and benefits. That is a wage bill. They claim that the CDC government padded the payroll and they were going to bring it down. And what they're using is, we economists, we use it, but the real criteria to determine fiscal balance is what? Wage bill to total expenditure. And when under their government, it was 66% of total expenditure. They're claiming they're going to reduce it from 7.1% of GDP to 6.1%. But that is nonsense. C, consumption, investment, government spending, minus X minus M. That's GDP. If GDP goes up by, say, an increase in gold export, guess what? Wage to GDP will come down. But what is important is nominal, the nominal wage. And the nominal wage, they have taken it to over 300 million. So how can you speak with such confidence here that they did something wrong? Let me tell you about harmonization. Harmonization was an attempt to bring equal work for equal pay. Was it perfect? No, it was not perfect. The imperfections were due to the fact that it was not robust in human resource allocation, okay? But they did their best. And
just keep it simple. The imperfection due to the fact your guys stole. They stole the rest.
No. And don't use any word to
just keep it simple. Don't come sweet talk our man out there. Our man out there not understanding the lecture.
And I'm eviscerating the arguments. Stanton will come and it will throw them a boom. Don't throw them a boom, Stanton. You are moderator. Let me speak in my capacity as an economist tonight on this issue. Nominal wage bill is back over $300 million. If nominal wage bill is back over $300 million, and then you said there were ghost workers, you said there were ghost workers that you were extracting from the payroll. So if you were extracting ghost workers from the payroll, then the nominal wage bill should be reduced substantially. But they say in our chat room today, oh, but they're taking ghost workers, but they are hiring real people. So how can you hire ghost workers who have no functions, and now you bring in real people to do the functions that ghost workers were doing? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my friends, Mankini's son from Gay Town is educating you. That's why she sent me to St. Patrick's, to be able to tell my Liberian people, when somebody is speaking, Tabata, with confidence, we come and eviscerate, we dismantle, we create a checkpoint. And that's what I've just done. Now the Liberian people understand.
Do you think everything? You think everything you say, that woman that's selling her data but understand you? You think everything you just said?
I'm speaking to a specific audience.
If you believe that, I forget your mother's name, that have to sell coal and potatoes, grain and flour salt just to send to St. Patrick. You believe that she herself will be able to understand?
When I get to Gay Town, they will ask me, I will call a conference with them and I will explain to them. But I'm speaking to the intelligentsia now that are listening to Spoon, who can afford data.
Thank you.
My final words on this. I'm leaving to go to Liberia tomorrow night, but I'm spending a few days in Nairobi and I'll be in Accra. So you're not going to see me on Spoon Talk until next Monday.
Yeah.
I need to rest.
Once you don't come back on Spoon Talk, your blood pressure will start going high and you have to come back.
It doesn't matter. I have enough pills, a 3-in-1 pill, and I have my diet, and I have other people within who are close to me who will make sure my blood pressure comes down. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much.
Yeah, but we'll do the closing. Let me forget to let them to close, Uncle Sam. We'll do our closing. I
want to do my closing now because this is an opportunity.
We got to talk to Fadiga because Fadiga too got to close. He was giving us his farewell because he's going to Paris, France. So we got to talk a little about Fadiga. But let me join what Fadiga and Carol Conagre and Dr. Bopla will be last.
Man, I got something to say about that too.
Oh, you want to say something about it? Go ahead, Fadiga.
No, look. What Dwalu says something. What I had an opportunity to speak with Twe on this harmonization. One of the things that we discussed extensively. The way he explained it and the way they wanted to implement it to bring about equity in a wage bill and other things, that was not what happened. What happened was far from harmonization. I think it was a salary redistribution scheme. Look, they have lied to us for so long that IMF.
Can I please hold you there? So you think the intention was good, it was better, but the application then, Fadiga, they used that to enrich themselves. That's why Uncle Sam know what I'm saying.
Exactly. And then beyond that, IMF, the intention was good, but IMF did not force or twist the Liberian people, the Liberian government hand to implement nothing. They made it to look like they never had no option. How IMF got involved? When they came, they felt they bloated the payroll with a bunch of partisans. And the IMF became concerned, say you got to fix this thing. And the way they thought that they would do it was to bring about harmonization and talk about equity and something. That was a scheme they brought, but that was not what they did. Look, the asset don't sit there, oh, I went from this to something. We know how they did it. I went from 4,000 to 3,005. I can tell you this, based on investigation that we have done on the ground. A lot of the guys on paper, they said that they were making 3,005, but internally, the payroll, they were still making the same amount. They were shifting line item to get that same amount. Most of those people that are in the ministry agency, they maintain the same amount. That's one. Two, the thing that why is saying that, oh, can't do it now, catch me if you can't reverse it. It is very difficult to reverse what previous administration have done. We live in a very politically charged society. When people get on our payroll in a country where there is no job, except, look, just trying to clean up the payroll, the paying system through CSA. Look at the fight. Look at the EPS. It almost became like a civil war. In a country where people are desperate and destitute. Hold on, somebody. People are desperate and destitute. You cannot undo those things easily. They set the country up for it to for us to be in chaos. Because where else can so the government, I agree with Dr. Richardson that we can reverse harmonization, but the only way we can do it is what CSA is doing. And so look how long the government have been held hostage just for CSA to regularize all the different things, clean up the ghost name and clean up those different workers that they bloated the payroll with. So it is going to take time. It's not something like, oh, come and undo it overnight. It doesn't happen that way. It's not going to happen. So what's where is saying that they tie the government hand. They tie the government hand and put the new administration into a very difficult situation that will require either a strong political will and get backlash for the public, or take your own time and have a thorough review of the payroll, because you cannot just remove the people. They have been weaponized. It has been used as a political tools. So for them to say, "Oh, you come on now," yes, he's right. It cannot be undone easily because the damage is already done. The damage was of infusing a lot of unqualified, infusing a lot of partisans on the payroll. And now, if this government remove it, then you will be the insensitive one. Oh, look at him, me. Our mother, they can get paid. Our mother, they don't have food. And it's all about sentiment. And that's what's going to happen. So how the government do it, you can either be bold and do it, or you play to the tune. But it's going to be a very difficult thing to do. Like the situation and all the different things that they had a knee jerk. I don't know how Dwalu call the economy, but table side or beer table economy.
Well, let me ask you a question, because we got to go, Fadiga. We ran on this. We beat on CDC on this. We beat on them on the WAG. We beat on them with this same harmonization. We created our own music. You harmonize my pay, we harmonize your vote. If we coming back now and say, well, we got to
look at the reality. These are Liberians. The people that are there, apart from being partisans, these are Liberians. We have an economy that the private sector is not as powerful as other countries. So these are not things they knew what they were doing. It's like the government is
So,
being
but question
blackmailed.
to you, I understand that because I got to go to Conor
So
Gray.
there's a way we can do it, Stanton. There is a way we can do it.
Okay.
CSA
Have we gotten that? Have we gotten to that path yet?
It's a long time.
So we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. It's a very long and dedicated process. It's not a rush thing.
Conor Gray. If we're not there yet, I don't know that. But anyway, Conor Gray, why are you laughing? Talk to us.
Yeah, Stanton, I agree with somebody who say you can lie to win, but you can't lie to lead. Speaking from experience, we saw lies that Mr. Weir was an $85 million worth. They lied into power, and he came to power. You notice that you really cannot lie to win. To lead. So it's speaking from experience, clear experience. And secondly, either somebody lied more than the liar to be elected, because since that was the formula
Please don't do that to me. So somebody lie higher.
Somebody lied more. Yeah. So as a result, the liar that came to power first, they outlied him. So he lost. So he's winding up to be the biggest liar again. But you know what? As he has said, it's clear. You can lie to win, but you can lie to lead. But you know what? This harmonization situation is one situation that I see that Fadiga said it right. They robbed Paul to pay Peter more. The upper, echelon of the establishment got more of what was robbed, taken from the common people. But Ellen Johnson Sirleaf met our economy. I think our national budget was $80 million. And she fought to put it where it was, where now people were experiencing high. Look, civil servants should get paid $25 an entire month. Ellen said this is inhumane.
$15.
Yeah, even lower. The old woman worked on that economy to put it where it was and hand deliver it to a CDC government who just felt that lying that Joe had 85 million when they didn't have 85 cents to even buy gas, when he was calling people around. And that guy felt that they made a treasure trove that they can just jump on and ball. Well, you know what? If you keep taking, you're not putting in, definitely it's going to go dry. They realize that the only way they can pay, at least put little food on in the poor stomach, was to go back and slash pay, but not their pay up there, but they come in and spread it around some of their partisans. And that's why I disagree that this government, if they could go back and roll back some of the Ellen era, that administration, what they did right, they can reverse this whole harmonization situation. Look, people are getting paid $20,000 equally. And people came and said, oh, that was too much to pay civil servant. But you know what? Ellen could walk the walk and talk the talk. Buckeye could do the same. I don't like to make that comparison between George Weah. George Weah had nothing to run on. Like I said, it took them almost 2 years before they could come up with that proper agenda after public pressure. Finally, they came up with some document called proper agenda. That they keep. We're all historians. I was here.
We got to go.
Samuel Jackson, I was here. Samuel Jackson.
When did the PAP come out?
Samuel Jackson, we all were here.
Uncle Sam is 7:43. Let him speak. I beg you. We gotta go.
2 years almost before
Uncle Sam, I beg you, sir. Let him speak. I beg you, sir.
2 years
that the
before
booklet got to close.
Came up. Almost. We argued. We were running around before they went and just copy and pasted something from some source, and they didn't even bother to look at it because that was not their agenda. They had nothing to run on. And I can tell you, this administration with their arrest agenda, if they perfect their agenda, they can come back and roll some or re-roll some of the Ellen Sirleaf's administration policy that made them so successful when it comes to the wage bill. So, but to come back and say nobody can reverse that, that's just a shameful guy talking out there. But look, that guy should be given the platform he deserves. It should be in court on the docket, facing the judge, facing our justice system regarding money he has stolen that makes him that is making him so pompous. The idea that nobody can do anything to me, that's what is getting to me. Not because he says anything, because Samuel Toure right now cannot be the voodoo guy that will say something and then like a magician, tada, then it will come to happen.
Thank you.
It's not going to happen.
Thank you.
That's covering shame, man.
A correction, Senator. The PAPD was launched in October of 2018. October of 2018.
Okay.
That's when the PAPD was launched.
No, Sam.
It was launched in October of 2018.
Thank you, Colonel Gray.
Just put it in our chat room. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just put it in the chat room.
Thank you.
I put it in the chat room.
Colonel Gray, thank you. Uncle Sam, we hear you. Uncle Sam, we hear you. 2018. Dr. Bopler, please speak. We gotta go to Dr. Bopler.
So he lied.
We hear you, Uncle Sam. We hear you. 2018. That's the magic. That's the magic year. Dr. Bopler, please.
Stanton, I want to take 10 seconds of my time to just turn down the temperature in the room. Look, I want to give a shout out to my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is the biggest Spoon fan I know. No matter where she is in the U.S., where she is outside the country, there she is. 83 years young. Janet Adakwe celebrating her birthday. She was into Spoon long before I even started watching Spoon. So congratulations to you, Mom. Happy birthday. Continue to promote Spoon because Spoon's doing a great job.
Allow me to ask you this question. I'm begging you, Dr. Bopler. That's your mother-in-law?
It's very beautiful.
She looks good.
Yes, sir.
Is she 83?
83 years young.
No. Is this
still got a lot of pep in her step.
Wow.
Huh?
So you looking at the man wife now or what?
No. Uncle Sam, that's a Bopler. I don't want to get into innocent level, Ali. Dr. Bopler, that's your mother-in-law?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
And that her current picture there. And I don't get a picture there. That her current picture.
Wow.
Right there. Yeah.
To look like her.
And I really want to see her daughter there. Woo.
She's pretty.
She right there in New Jersey. Right there in New Jersey. Right there in New Jersey.
No. Dr. Bopler, 83 years old? 83?
83 years young. Got a pep in her step. Driving herself everywhere. Full of class and everything. So happy birthday, Mom. Big Spoon fan. When I say big, I mean huge. She doesn't miss a show. She does not miss a show.
I mean, what's her name?
Janet Adakwe.
Janet Adakwe. Happy birthday. We're going to sing you that song. I want to say thank you very much. Woo. I don't know, man. You finally that you get your fan dollars of Dr. Bopler, but we'll leave that one for session 2. Thank you, y'all.
And the best thing she did. And the best thing she did.
All right, go ahead. All
right, thank you. Thank you, CEO. I appreciate that. So let me just take 1 second and close it. Look, harmonization came with good intention, but I think bad implementation. And so as a result of that, it wasn't executed well, and it helped what's the name, President Weah, to lose the election. Okay, because people were upset with the invitation. It was not because the intent was bad, but the invitation. I mean, the intent was bad, but the invitation was very bad. There was so much talk about picking and choosing, partisanship. It was just done wrong. Here's what I do want to say. Okay, I don't believe in harmonization. Okay, most of our nation's resources are in the public sector. The public sector is the government, and in government, what you do, you allocate and reallocate. You know, if a deputy minister can take home $4,000 for a virtually non-productive ministry that could be very profitable, but is not producing much of anything. And in the same country, a medical doctor averages $864 a month. It speaks to the challenge of how we do pay here. And we need bold leadership to change that. That's how you do it. You reallocate. You say you used to get 5,000 or 500 gas slip. You will only get 100 in the next fiscal year, and we'll take that money and we'll put it into healthcare, or we'll put it into education. You used to get X number of dollars for this particular benefit. We'll cut back on that. So you hold your salary, you cut back on benefit. Look at the wastage at the top. You shrink that, okay? You create a situation where the money goes from here to there, and you do that right in budgetary allocation without even trying to restructure the whole of the pay in the nation. You can pay the lower echelon of people more money by taking some benefits from the top, and you do that systematically, and over time, people's disposable income become more, and you have less of the situation that we had with how many cents. There's a different way to do it. This president has an opportunity. This government has an opportunity. I wish the people around the president and the people in this important leadership position, especially the fiscal and the monetary part, would make some bold decisions so that we can help the bottom swell up a little bit in terms of the ability to afford the basics of life. The country will start to shift, the economy will do better, and everybody will be a winner. Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you very much for your own opinion. We want to say, as we close the show, happy birthday to Dr. Bopler, mother-in-law. We're wishing her well on this beautiful birthday. And I also want to say to our dear brother and friend, Al Hussein Eugene Fadiga, you are always welcome. We wish you well as you take on your new position in whichever capacity. We want to say we wish you Godspeed. You're always welcome. We went up, we came back, we fight in the chat room, all of the chat room. But listen, my thing is that I would never kick anyone out of Spoon, because this is the People's Network. I get angry with you, I got bitter with you, but we stay here, we do it in the chat room, we come outside and we talk Liberia. Again, this is how we do as people of one nation. We ask God to go with you. We ask God to be with you. We ask God to guide your step and guide your ways. Whatever thing you say, may God be your portion. How you do it, think about Liberia. In every way you do, in every way you go, think Liberia, love Liberia, and try to build on your Liberia. You're always welcome back on Spoon. We'll leave you in the chat room till you get tired and you choose to leave. But we say again, your voice remain. Be blessed. And on behalf of the entire network, my wife Lau, Madam Titi, the CEO, and the entire staff, we appreciate your time here on Spoon, and we say you're always welcome to come back. Thank you. To our brother and our own father, Uncle Sam Jackson, safe trip back to the mother's land. We look forward to seeing you. I know why you're in such a hurry going back is because Samuel Jackson, Samuel Twe is back. You want to go hang out with your brother. You want to do the thing you usually do.
I thought you said I was meeting him in South Africa.
You did, and he left you there.
Yeah, right.
So again, I want to say to you, again, have a safe trip, man. That's a long flight, but again, God will see you through. Safe, bon voyage, safe travel, and we'll talk to you from Liberia when you get there. Folks, Spoon Talk is here. We're happy to have everybody coming on to contribute. We'll continue with the national issue. We'll continue with the issue of today, the current trending issue, because this to make Liberia better. We discussed on the president trip to Rome. Yes, indeed. He had a wonderful address to the nation and to the people globally. We want to say he fought for agriculture, what he believed in to make Liberia better in the agricultural sector. Again, his engagement on the side with other leaders. He want to say that he will be meeting the Pope. That's a great travel on this one. I must appreciate Jose Yuman Barker because I think he was on point. We hope that this too will bring a new way to the people of Liberia in the agricultural sector. Understand that Alexander Nuta said we have a lot of equipment coming in for agriculture. It's because these guys are traveling. It's because these guys are pitching 576 different equipment. Somebody gave La Bureau between $8 to $10 million just to bring in those equipment. Can't you imagine? It is not free when you sit home. You got to go beg for it. You got to go look for it. And I must admonish Dr. Nuta and especially the Commander-in-Chief, Jose Yemabuaka. I also want to show light on this, and I hope Gregory will take control of this. Gregory, he's a decent man. When you call him, he answers. But sometimes we put away our friendship and be professional to discuss on the issue. The incident about Bala, Sam Bala, what he did, he and his crew, I think Gregory have it under control, and I think Gregory will address this. It is important that we find a solution to this kind of behavior within the Liberia National Police. Nothing should be left unturned, no stone whatsoever. If we can fight this, we should fight this, all of us, and we should help Gregory, and we should help the leadership of the Liberia National Police, that will be able to remove these guys from among the police. The allegation, the lawyer spoke, the individuals that they beat, they took the money, they are willing to speak, and this is an embarrassment to the institution. But I still believe that the IG Gregory Coleman, he would handle the situation and handle the situation well through the Justice Department. And yes, indeed, Liberia National Police can and will be better honor Gregory Coleman, that I believe. I also want to say it's always good having you. I don't know too much about the harmonization thing. I think it was a mess up thing. Whether it had a good intention, it didn't settle well for the people of Liberia. But I would say this, under this government, it's our time to fix it. It's our time to get it right. It's our time to do it for the Liberian people. What has happened is in the past. We can beat on CDC and Milam Salib, but then leave something that when people think about CDC, they say, thank God we had Jose Yemabuaka. Let's leave something better. And that's why we will fight everybody that think they can use the goodness of this president, of the government, to turn it into massive corruption. We will bring you new development on LRA. We'll bring you the story about Madame Sarah from the UN, whether she resigned, whether she was recalled. I put the document in the chat room. But the letter I have, she was offered a job, and guess what? She declined and she resigned. It's there. She wrote her letter. So wish is wish. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us today. Tomorrow will be a wonderful show. We got more information coming. I want us to look into the EPS, Sam Gay. There's a reason why I'm calling his name. I will reach out to him to ask him all of my questions before bringing that story up tomorrow. But it is very, very interesting for us to look into EPS, the amount of money that running through EPS. We got to discuss it more. Till we meet again, Dr. Francine, thank you for showing up. Jackie, thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
We close.
No, we're not closing, but give me 1 second. I just wanted to correct something.
All right, hold on 1 minute, guys. So let's do this. So when I speak last, then we close the show. We got.
You should tell that we're closing now.
Okay, so if any of you can stay. We'll do 1 minute each. Let's stick within the 1 minute. Obviously, you have to travel. Have a good night. Dr. Richardson, you're still 1 minute.
Jackie,
And let's do the
I'll
1
see you
minute.
next week Monday, yeah?
By God's grace, officer.
Take care.
So, I think it's a good idea that you allow us to close. It's always good to have closing.
But surely, I told you the day you're closing. I was just wrapping this thing up.
But since we should have spent, I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson, we should have spent more time on the harmonization because there's something that's very.
We can continue tomorrow. So, Dr. Richardson, your 1 minute closing.
I get the sense from you when we were closing, but today I didn't get that sense that we're not doing that. But many times after the show, I'm sure this happens to many of you. We get feedback from others, who watch the show, and it has always been a pleasant interchange with many of the people that I speak to in terms of what I have to say here. But every now and then Isaac do not understand what I say, and he will ask me, and I repeat to him. He ask me, and I repeat with him. But his first, of course, reaction is to tell me how disrespectful or how rude of a woman I am. But I want the world to know that I'm a happily rude and disrespectful woman. So just to let you know, Isidore, thank you so much. I'm happily disrespectful and rude. Moving along, I thought that I do believe that Gregory Coleman should act now. I believe he should investigate and call in and question his R2 Sam Bala. I believe that it's not an coincidence that his name came up in this case of, uh, the police conniving with a Johnson guy and stealing money from investors. And then his name came up in another case, as I explained to you, this young woman who contacted me because she was on Spoon Talk Business and said that she hired his service and one of her guys connived to destroy her business. The question about harmonizing is basically your question. Basically, can we reduce the wage bill because it seems to be going up and going up and going up? And when the CDC government, Twer has explained today that we can't because he already made a commitment to the IMF. So the question is, yes, we can. I believe we can. Somebody said today on the show, it will take time. We have to develop a timeline for this. And, like Dr. Brubla said, and I kind of initially thought, because I'm not an economist, of some ideas today. First of all, we got to get rid of all the ghost employees on the payroll. That's lots of them, from my understanding. And then we got to get rid of, like Dr. Brubla said, all these people who have these high, salaries, public servants. They're getting allowance, scratch card. They're getting all of these different benefits that we talked about here on this show. And then we have to review our tax laws. There's a lot of businesses and people who are not paying their fair share of taxes in the country. And then, of course, we have to empower the private sector. Somebody said, if we empower the private sector to bring in revenue into the country, and then that revenue can be added to our coffer, where we can also help to support the wage bill. We then have to allow our state-owned enterprises. I was very happy to hear, I think it was MPA recently said that for the first time, they made more money and put it in the government coffer than the previous government. So if we continue to encourage them to make sure that we tighten up that took productivity, we'll get enough money to be able to balance out even our wage bill. And then, of course, if we sort of allow this whole harmonization be on the timeline issue, somebody was right. We were deep in the hole. We will not ever imagine. I don't talk politics here because I obviously the person I was supporting lost, and for me, it's not about political parties or it's not about politics. It's about our country, Liberia. How do we get our country to move forward? Okay, so I believe that if we set up a timeline for this harmonization and address some of these issues that I just mentioned, we'll do fine. So from the happily disrespectful and rude woman, we had a great show today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Jackie?
Oh, beautiful discourse today. There were heated moments, but we thank the Liberian people, as always, in Liberia and across the world for watching the Spoon Network. On the issue, I know some people question why the president had to go to Italy, where the headquarters of the Food and Agriculture Organization, a wing of the United Nations, is. It is very, very crucial. Hopefully, when the president gets back, his press secretary, and the Minister of Education will elaborate more on what we have said today. He was there, of course, to address the hunger, the poverty, nutrition, our ability to grow our own crops. These are all important things that need to be discussed, because during the last 6 years, under the WIA administration, the poverty rate went up for the Liberian people. The hunger rate, according to the World Bank and all the international data out there, went way up. So this is a state of emergency, and we have to address the food and agriculture portion of the arrest agenda for the Liberian people. So that was a good move for the president, for him to go to Italy this week to address this situation. On the issue of our investment climate, of course, no country can thrive without investment and proper investment. And in order to do that, there has to be investment confidence in the country. Public safety is priority number one. Our Ministry of Justice needs to be more vigilant. Vigilant. They need to take this very seriously, and they need to punish those bad apples within the system. Set examples to make sure that people, when they come into the country, that they are not harassed. If these investors are bad apples among the investors, yeah, they have to deal with them. Those people who are in the system illegally or come to the country to do illegal deeds. But those investors with good intentions, we have to continue to send the message out there that Liberia is open for business, and it is an investment-friendly environment which will help to bring jobs and help with all sectors through our government. On the issue of the harmonization, like I just recommended, that we talk about this more because it's very important. This was one of the number one reasons why the WEA government was fired, and that Joseph Boyka was brought into power. Is because that civil servants' pay were slashed, and it was slashed terribly, thus putting people into poverty, further poverty, thus causing that trickle-down economics to be cut off under the WEA government. As we could see, according to the World Bank data, poverty level went way up, which is now beginning to adjust itself. Same to listen, folks, like people. Even if you're a physician, you can't trust Sam to it. Even if you George Weah, you can't even trust him to it. Solomon George was on air recently, I think on OKFM, and he talked about how he spoke to President Weah a few years ago, telling President Weah to get rid of the very same Sam Toure, who continuously lied, was incompetent, carried out criminal behavior, acted according to the U.S. government over the past 6 years. And because of what he did with the harmonization, President Boyka did promise he will deal with this harmonization, and he will deal with it. It's going to take time, and the reason it's going to take time because up until the time George Weah was leaving office, Sam Toure was robbing the Liberian people, the central bank government, even as late as December 2023, where he took $83 million out of the Liberian people reserve. Well, last year, September, he put us into debt, $30 million, and said he gonna plant some poultry farm in Kirisburg. CDC, your see Sam Toure next time, you're asking what happened to that poultry farm in Kirisburg. And now we're going to have to start paying that debt starting in November. Minister Gaffan, I hope he will come on Spoon. I'm hearing a grapevine that he may be calling a press conference sometime this week to address a lot of the issues, including the budget process that is ongoing right now for the fiscal year 2025. This was a great show today. I enjoyed it. I had fun, and looking forward to many more wonderful discussions here on the Spoon Network. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much, Jackie. Thank you, Dr. Rachis, and thanks to you guys for your contribution. We will now go to the man. We'll keep Fadiga for last because this is last night. I want everyone to get Fadiga.
So, it was a pleasure to be with you on this platform, and hope to see you again somewhere. And good luck in all your future endeavors.
Thank you, Isaac.
So, lies never overpowers the truth. Oh yeah. Ministry of Finance Development Planning has a website. Every information you want, the truth, not the lies, is on the website. So on the Ministry of Finance Development Planning website, where Gafuan is the minister today, the wage bill for 2016 and 2017 was 287 million. Again, that year was a fiscal year's operation, not a calendar year. Fiscal years mean not January to December, but any year, any months between. So we're operating the budget from June to May. That was budget. So when you take the 287 million divided by 2, half of that belongs to 2016, half of that belongs to 2017. The same Ministry of Finance Development Planning website, the wage bill for 2017, 2018 is 298 million. Divided by 2. Take half of it and add it to 2017. The one that came from 2016, the one that came from 2017, added up. The wage bill that UP left was 293 million. The lie can never overpower the truth. And go to the same Ministry of Finance website. The wage bill that CDC left is 297 million. When you subtract 292 million that CDC made it out from 297 million that CDC left it out, tell me how much CDC increased the wage bill. Listen, the evidence are there. Again, Ministry of Finance Development Planning website.
Now you are running a supplemental payroll.
2 minutes, please. Please. Don't go to CDC website. Go to Joseph Boakai Ministry of Finance website. It's there, my people. So when you subtract 292 million from 297 million, the one you see between that, that's why CDC increased the payroll back. You can laugh another judgment that the truth is always stumble. And my people, let's be real. Harmonization reduced salary of 7,000 high-end employees. Harmonization increased salary of 15,000 low-earning employees. Undoing harmonization means you are reducing the salary of 15,000 employees to like $43, and you are increasing the salary of 7,000 employees to almost 8,000. Who has that kind of a sense? The truth is always stumble. You can lie all around the globe, it will never overpower the truth. So again, this government told the IMF that they will reduce wage bill by 34 million. CDC left it at 297 million, and they said they will reduce it by further 34 million. That will mean they will be around a 260, 270 million by the end of the year. My people, as we are talking today, the wage bill is 300 million. Lies can never overpower the truth. Again, don't go to CDC website. Please go to President Boakai website. Ministry of Finance is right there. So when we come here, the best we can do is to apologize to the Liberian people for the lies. Ministry of Health nurses during the campaign were on the street.
Who should apologize? Who you want to apologize?
Those that lie.
But they are not here. Those that lie, they are not here.
Let me end my 2 minutes. Now you want to cut me off.
No, but those that lie. Now 1 minute, it wasn't 2 minutes. Everybody have 1 minute.
I can talk for 15 minutes. The nurses were singing, if you harmonize my side, I'm a harmonizer. But listen, not a single one of those nurses' money was ever reduced. Not a single one.
So Asido, let me ask you a question. Yeah, we got to close the show. We got to go. My question is, please come back tomorrow. Colonel Gray, you want to go ahead?
That's why you guys, but lies will always never overpower.
Colonel Gray, bye. Go ahead, Colonel Gray. Let's leave this man though. You came in with a good plan about harmonization, and people turning around, part of payroll. And
that was a propaganda. That was a lie. I just saw you
go on the street and ask people which who they say.
That's how we made it out. We left it at 297 million. It's right on the website.
I said, you know my only regret, Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, you know my. But hold on, I said that Colonel Gray time to talk. Colonel Gray, Colonel Gray, you know my frustration here. Look at someone like Asido. Right now, second vice president, Bank of America, Minnesota. Right now, why would Joseph Yima Boakai don't take a Liberian like Asido and say, you know what, you went to school for this thing and we'll put you in a position, right? On a job manner we are. A job manner we are, we take our Asido that this American government and country we in realized that he man of wisdom and knowledge, they would send him to Bank of America as the second vice president. But on a job manner we are the same to Minister of Football. Doing something different. Damage the man for 6 years. Damage the thing the man went to school for. Destroy his brain with muya for good 6 years. The boy was running beyond TV, up to date TV, ain't go anywhere. Then he went to Road and Waterway. Road and Waterway didn't go anywhere. Why would Joe Manuel indoctrinate someone like Isidore, and the American people here have to redefine his purpose in life? Talk to me, Colonel Gray, and you know you in Minnesota. Go to Bank of America. See the people respecting the performance. Isidore was awarded a portfolio just last week of $6 million, one of his lowest. But on the job, the man was running for $4,000 for TV. I mean, talk to me, Conor Gray. Talk to me. This thing can hurt. Talk to me, Conor Gray.
You know, Stanton, politics has a way of corrupting people. And I always urge people, don't let politics take over your body like religion. It can be dogmatic. In other words, no matter what they say, in fact, I don't want to hear anything different. I believe in God. Jesus Christ is the way to God, you know, and so on and so forth. Politics should not be run that way. Take, for instance, every time Mr. Weir flew his private jet, every time he was spending $1.something million. Isaac Doe was here talking about President Buckeye buying car for $1.something million, just a fleet. And you had to make corrections, say that was full vehicle. But every time that guy flew his private jet, it cost Liberia $1.something million, because you know what? A private jet. But politics has blinded the other side from seeing that.
Every time that private jet at $1.something million.
Yes, go there, even lending fee.
Then he has spent over $1 billion though.
Yeah, so the man spent like
wow.
So which budget line also? So who can check that? Conor Gray, which budget line also?
No, there's no budget line. The man did not spend on budget. My brother.
Oh, he just spend it from where?
Oh, yeah, the how the way I spend our country money. You don't know.
But everything spent is on
it's not on budget.
Oh, no budget, but you just spend it.
Show me the budget line that says you should get private jet.
But
it's off budget expensive. Off budget expensive.
Yeah, even off budget can be placed in the budget.
So which line? Your opportunity. Then you come in the talk about President Buckeye buying car, a fleet of car for 4 years.
I said what?
Everything on the
The
man of my Minnesota brother.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. President Sirleaf had a clever way of scouting for salaries for people in certain bracket. She did not put that on the wage bill. She looked for private individual to sponsor those kinds of expatriate level. I went to Liberia, was paid by World Bank. That's the salary scheme she set up. We had a top 10 program. Mr. Jackson was here. It didn't come from the payroll, the Liberian national budget payroll. It didn't come from there. How clever people can find way to sponsor a country. So when you hear people were making 20,000, 17,000, they were getting those money from other initiative, other aspect that came from the from the donors. You understand? Go back and look. Most of the salaries you heard people were talking about, those big salaries didn't come up. So she was able to manage our wage bill effectively. Till she saw the need for them to raise civil servant salaries from where they were. Some people are even getting 1,500 LD, 1,000 LD. Can you imagine that? That was the kind of scheme she took over from the Judy Bryan or Charles Taylor regime. And she put that thing in a glorious pathway and handed on silver platter to Mr. George Weir. And she left. Why are we coming to talk about harmonization? In other words, we reduce the salary of civil servant and pay George Weir more to fly his private jet. You understand? $1.something million every time he left Liberia. That's the kind of scheme we're talking about here. So this is different, and I think the modest President Buckeye can come back and say, "Look, I'm not going back." That's why the Ome has reduced his own emoluments, his own salary. You understand? So eventually they will get to that pathway where Liberians will start to understand that when they say you're making $150 a month, it will get to your bank account. We had Josiah Jokai was talking about that the other day, how they intend to even go to Party X to credit money against your salary. And you can do that as much as you want. That's because they are sure where the economy will go. Not in that uncertain economy we had just few months ago. And that's why it's hurting them now. And they're gonna complain and complain and complain. As you make progress, they have people that will make you see the other side. But I think by and large the harmonization process was a good one. And I think it will be implemented the way it's supposed to have been implemented under the. This is a continuation of Madam Salif. Don't forget that President Barker was vice president, so he knows exactly what were some of the good aspects of that administration that he must foster with. And I think that is why getting the other side shaky. That if he's successful, 2029 will be meaningless for certain people, even though he's not running, but it'll be good for the country. That's why we're looking forward to. We're not looking at who benefit immediately. We're looking at what benefit the people in general.
Thank you very much, Colonel Greg. Thanks a lot. Dr. Bopler, can you close up, please?
Stan, I just want to say to all those who watch, to those who listen, to those who send text messages, because I know we'll all get them. I want to encourage them to keep doing that, keep sharing the show, keep listening. We have a lot of work to do in our country, but I think our collective wisdom and constructive action will help move our nation forward. I hear all the time, I'm sure some of my colleagues here hear the same thing. Why you're just to be talking about problems? You don't want to be negative. Nothing here is negative. Everything here is constructive. But if you have a situation like ours in Liberia, and 90% of Liberia is doing well, because there's so many good things happening on ground, but 10% is not working well, this platform exposes the 10% and things that other people would never know about. It helps to correct that because our margin of error is so small. We have so much to do and we have so far we need to go. So when we raise these issues, the idea is to discuss it and point to solution. Bad actors want to deter them. Good actors want to encourage them. So let's all continue to engage. And over time, we have a better nation. So thank you, Stanton, for this opportunity. And thank you to all my panelists for the platform. I think we're making a difference, one show at a time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. That's correct. Let's go now to the board that is departing. Not for too long, he will be back. The Honorable Al Hussein Yuji Fadiga. You see, he may put honorable to his name.
And you must tell where he's going. You must tell where he's going. Don't just say I'm leaving.
Don't worry, I'm going to private life.
The man put honorable to his name. Go ahead, Honorable.
Well, I'm not going to break that other news. Well,
I'll break it. The man is going to France. I will break that news. I have the letter. And again, he will be there, helping our Liberia mission in Paris, France. So go ahead, brother.
Well, yeah, teacher for this minute. Well, let me say this. It was nice being here. I won't delve into a lot of the topics. There are a lot of things. The only thing I would just say, I think you have a bad relationship with the truth. You sat here and talk about harmonization and talk about all those different things, wage bill go on there. You can say your own, but you cannot just manufacture your own facts. The fact of the matter here is you fail to account for the different supplemental payroll. You can't just blow that payroll. They got people there on different lists. They got the other text message scheme. You just grab the national money from the government and just spend it on policies. Just bring people, give $50 here, $75 here, $100 here, and you guys that were in the upper echelons was paying yourself, manipulating the budget.
What is harmonization?
I don't know. I don't even care to know what is harmonization.
No, I know why you're talking. When you be in Paris again, you'll be in Paris tomorrow?
What you guys did was nothing but harmony.
Oh,
It was nothing
about your
but
manufacturer thing. You even know how
Oh,
much
man, let the man do it closing by.
yeah, I don't know how much.
Oh, can we talk about this man Paris?
That's why
They
let's
get
do
nothing
this
to talk.
because
Please,
if I don't know how
going
much
to Paris, our brother.
they,
Hey,
my
he's talking at Tabata. He even know where he's talking.
he want to describe you, but
not Pharaoh. Where
I do not have no fighting spirit.
So we're singing a song for you, Fadiga. Or what did he say? How do you call the song name when you go into Paris? How you call that song say? Oh, good
I want you to
time,
sing
yeah, for Tabata, you talking.
your intention is to describe me, but
No, but you talking anything, brother. I want to wish you all of the best when you go to Paris. I know your salary will be around 1,600. I mean, you have to manage that actually. It's not easy to be, you understand?
Well, don't scare the man. Don't scare the man. Who said
Oh, no,
best
but I
salary?
do. We don't lie. Seditious don't lie, So my brother,
Wait. Our brother Goring, right?
Yeah,
please.
that country man Goring. He's talking nothing.
You cannot say the man salary be 1,600. Then boy left
around
20,000.
1,000.
He left 20,000 in Minnesota to go to Labrador, not for 1,600.
No, the man's a
you can't say that.
He just but it's
Look,
1,006.
the thing
1,006. That I can tell you. So
look,
I want to give you.
Yeah,
I want to give you a piece of the God.
Just gallop enough. Let me talk now.
Listen now.
Let me talk. Hey, I made 1,006 in fact, making
Wait
5
now, my man.
I'm not discussing
I'm not open the line, yeah, the people. So I want to say, if anyone that want to say Fadiga is leaving after almost 2 years, we want to open the line to hear you guys. What you guys have to say about Fadiga? Nelson, can you come? Let's open the line. Let's listen to the people.
They're talking about job and salary.
I want the people to talk to you, Fadiga.
My man, I'm a professional.
Hold on. I said, leave the man alone. The man.
After that, you get
I beg to leave. I do want to say congratulations to my friend. Good luck, man, in everything you do. Good night, everybody.
Good at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, Fadiga will be leaving. After you, I'm just calling Nelson. You will finish. Please, guys, take to the phone and talk to Fadiga. And it'll be his last day on the show just for a while. You will stay calm, sneak in. He's in our chat room. And, so Nelson, where you at?
1,006 LD.
No US. No US.
Fadiga, don't forget though. You gotta take your transfer fee though. Don't forget.
Look,
Fadiga, you gotta be sending us small things though.
Look, I'm a professional. I'm fitting any environment. I'm not here to discuss.
You are.
Which part of Paris you gonna be, Fadiga? Where in Paris you gonna be?
Paris is Paris. I'm gonna be.
Oh wait, start on.
But I was saying this. Let me talk.
I'm not gonna get changed back. Give Fadiga chance.
CO, 1 minute, please. CO.
No, I won't be 1 minute. You talking all kind of
nothing in plain yet. He put honorable to his name. You know how President Biden wait to do eye and drop. Be careful.
Why you put honorable to your name today?
Fadiga, be careful. I'm warning you. Eye and drop. Don't forget about it.
Look, let me tell you something. The president has full confidence in those that he appoints. Look. My leaving from the network, my leaving is not because of it had nothing to do with so much with work or anything. There's a lot that we can do for the government. There's a lot that we can do for our country. It doesn't mean that we have to always be engaging. I think we fought a good fight. We was able to defeat you guys. Call it lies, we put out a good fight. We enter your defense. We dislodge you guys. We expel you guys. Excommunicated you guys from the country, and we know it's hurting you guys.
Wait.
Come here. No. I say you will get a match. No. I say you will get a match, and Meg gotta go. We gotta go. I said no. Meg gotta go.
Take your beating like a man. That's the thing. You were defeated. Take it like a man. Take the beating like a man.
Give me 1 second.
No. You all were looking for 1 second. Let me tell you something. We beat you guys like a straight.
Are you replacing?
Take it like a man. I will tell you this. Look, Right now, you guys should be focused on where you went wrong, how you abused the power that were reposed in you.
Even the man left.
Oh yeah, you thought you were the only man in the town with balls. We defeated you, and I have no regret. The Liberian people brought us on the political battlefield. They supported us. Our men were in the trenches. Those who sent reconnaissance, they came back. We call it mission accomplished. Now it's the governance process. We're not going to be sitting there talking something. I mean, I got better things. I can better serve the country in a public diplomatic role, and we're going to be able to serve our country. I'm going to now work for, like the president said, you're going to be working for all Liberians, regardless of your political persuasion, whether you're sedition or something. Right now, I'm in that position that I can better serve my country, not as a partisan. So tomorrow, I'll be telling you, I'll be at a Red Lion tomorrow for some of my friends. I'll be at a Red Lion tomorrow. I'll be having a little gathering there. Some of my friends will be sitting there, just having a discussion. Huh?
You think you'll be where? Red Lions?
The Red Lion. The Red Lion.
Where is that?
It's somewhere opposite the Centennial Presbyterian on Broad Street. I'll be sitting there with my friends and we'll be talking.
Man, you sure you want to announce your whereabouts tomorrow, my man?
No, it's deliberate. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow at the Red Lion. It's deliberate.
You know who will show up?
Oh,
hey, yeah, my man was big here the other day.
I know, but I'm not spoken to my friends yet. Look, I know I've received. That's why I'm going to say into something. I know that a lot of my fans, a lot of folks out there that believe in me, that want to look. We're going to continue engaging. There's no way we can sit down to allow these ex-rebels to come and overrun this government. It's a little bar. It's a little bar. It's right opposite the Centennial Barbados. It's now open again. Look, we're going to continue to defend and jealously protect this democracy. We're not going to allow folks like Azido to come and lie. Oh, you lie away to power. You lie away. It's only look. Take your beating like a man. You are
I want to get one. I want to get one.
The Liberian people rejected you.
One.
Take it like a man.
Yeah.
Now we got to go. Let us responsible governance.
We love you. We wish you well, and want to say to all of you, thank you very much for being part of us. But Jackie, we'll see you tomorrow, Jackie.
I'll see you guys. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I go wine yellow. Why is it wine yellow?
I'm gonna stop drinking wine on the show, but
it's because the shine you wearing. I know that shine or blouse. That why I miss it.
Jackie, got to work on that internet. Cracking a little bit.
For me,
yeah. But Jackie was good tonight. She was pretty good tonight.
I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe the microphone where you got it sitting.
Her microphone is just. Her microphone is loud.
Jackie was good in what started.
Her internet was very good tonight.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that long thing she was saying with no heat.
No, I think Jackie can be on point with her argument.
Jackie is eloquent.
No, stop, please.
No, I'm not talking about her eloquence. I said she can be on point with her argument.
I'm talking about that thing she can be talking. Oh, harmonization can they can't put money. Then someone to steal money. Why she talk about that? No, I beg you, man.
I think you're missing the main argument here about the whole harmonization.
Well, let me.
The harmonization issue, it had a good intent, but you yourself, like you told me, beyond closed door. I know you don't want me to say your acid though. No, you guys, wait. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me now, acid. Don't interrupt me. Like you yourself, right? Yeah. You were telling me beyond closed door, right? And say, my man, we messed up. Because it is a good argument. And I said to you, my brother, I'm not going to lie on your name, but I think you know very well at some point you got messed up with the harmonization issue. Until you can really look in the camera and tell the Liberian people that the intent was so good, it was going to help the country, but some of your leaders manipulated the system to enrich themselves.
Yes,
so when the people say, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me sincere, but let me finish. Yeah. So when the people say you harmonize my paycheck, I will harmonize your vote. They didn't say harmonization was bad. The way in which now you are at the 5th or between the 7th to the 10th level acid do. Nobody care for our acid do. Acid do, you have no family member in this thing. You have no girlfriend in this thing. You have no driver in this thing. We are talking about the people that were up there. You know what I'm telling Jackie? The big guys then, I can say, put 10 people on the payroll. Those can be all the girlfriend and give each of them 5,000 each. They put all this crap on a harmonization. So when Isaac do, you see he's struggling to defend harmonization because those that it have a serious impact on, right? That the people say you harmonize my paycheck, I will harmonize your vote.
Oh no, it's not true.
In this government, I'll say you have your time. In this government, the same thing will likely happen. What people turn on modal, you know what, Jackie? They felt hurt. Get car, get 4 cars for your people. I mean, say I will get car for I alone. You broke the people trust. They will not forgive you for that. Why are they going after the LRA group? Because they are mismanaging the revenue, enriching themselves with their own private kickback. Today, PSC at the Capitol building, Representative Guy, he called for the removal of Sylvester Grisby. The clips out there, we will play them all. These are times in our country that the people will not just sit back and allow some things to happen, illegal stuff. They will fight back. Joseph Bracken can have all the good intention, but if you put the wrong people there that will try to damage his legacy, guess what happened? They have to go. And that's why we are here. That's why Jackie is here. That's why Conor Gray is here. That's why Dr. Richards is here. That's why people come every day. We celebrate the old man go in room. Beautiful. But we'll also chastise Gregory Coleman and the Liberia National Police. That's been balanced. And on this note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all have a good night. Yeah, Jackie, Asido, you know you're my friend. Have a good night, Asido. Yeah. Asido, have a good night. Conor Gray, have a good night. Yeah. They won't give me a hard time today. He will not give me a hard time. I'll try to leave the man, he still won't talk. Meet us tomorrow, same time, same station. The network is back. I know you're having a little grounding here and there. They're working on it. It will be super. We are back, and the network is here again to Asido, Uncle Sam, Dr. Boplet, Jackie, Dr. Richardson, Glennie, Fatima, Asiva, Ed Remy Gray, Abula Mame, Dwalu, and the entire crew, even Fadiga are leaving. Paul Cannon, they wish you well. You are not too well. We want to say again, check us up tomorrow. We will be here same time, same station to tell you the truth. The truth is when we see something, we will say something. We get LRRC, they invest. We get LRA invest. Here come EPS. We hope to get the fact from the EPS. Again, our country must be better. This is who we are. We will continue to chase them. We say when you hear something, say something. When you see something, say something. When you smell something, even that black pepper, sneeze something out. If you want my number, 609-649-4206. 609-649-4206. When you let us know, we will investigate and we'll bring you nothing but the truth. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country, Liberia. May God bless our leaders, the president, the vice president, the lawmakers. May God redeem them and change the mindset about our country, that they can have love for country and not love for self. They can love the country, love the countryman, help to change the system, our healthcare system, our school, and every other places, that they can have love, to create new laws and new ideas, that your life will be better in everything we do. We look up to the hills, what's coming our help. Believe it, our help coming from the Lord, who make the heaven and earth. Our help comes from God, even that made Liberia. And Liberia too will be better. Have a good night and Godspeed. Thank you, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Have a good night as well. The Liberian people are very, very excited to have the favorite, the best, the biggest platform back. And of course, we're here to stay. We are still making adjustments, and we want to say thanks to everyone out there for being here tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who have been calling in, reaching out, trying to establish what's going on. Yes, we're back. And thanks to all of you who have been making your contributions in the comment section. We appreciate the thousands of you across Radio Lane tonight for listening in. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for relaying the program on Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani Seklipi in Nimba County, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. We say thanks to all of you. And of course, across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. We appreciate all of you for listening. My name is Nelson Collet, and Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. Thanks to all of you for being here tonight. Natana K. Hill, Per Kimber, I see, Simeon Innocent Maulu, Gabriel Boyman, Two Blessed Favor, Charles Russell. Thanks to everyone. Ruth Goba, thanks to all of you for being here tonight. We look forward to bringing you another great show tomorrow. Late night show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon comes up shortly. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO is Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band.